Chapter 1. Celita was the first to see the new girl.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, like every day, she heard the alarm clock ring on the nightstand between the two beds. She curled up again, leaving Marie Lou to turn off the alarm, open the blinds, take the nylon panties and bras that were hanging out to dry from the window, and finally turn on the gas in the kitchen to make coffee. Marie Lou slept naked and, even with the windows open, wandered for long periods of time around the apartment's 3 small rooms without thinking about putting on any clothes. There was no sun that day. An overcast sky and dim light heralded rain.
Don't you want to get up or bye? When they decided to move in together for financial reasons, they had agreed to take turns at breakfast. But Celita's unwavering indolence meant that Marie Lou almost always did it. Marie Lou's skin glistened as she stood up, and perhaps that's why she looked even fatter and more vulgar than usual, especially in a light that highlighted her imperfections. The bluish patches under her arms where the hair had been shaved, and a brownish nipple under her left breast. With the shamelessness typical of fat women, she walked naked from the bedroom through the dining room to the small kitchen, oblivious to the fact that her voluptuous nakedness was visible from the opposite windows. Celita contented herself with a quick shower today, tied her hair back in a ponytail, and hastily put on her clothes, which were scattered on the chairs and the floor. Are you going out? I need to mend my red skirt. Some idiot who caught me dancing ripped it open again last night. This meant that Marie Lou had to take care of the housework alone again, just as she had already made breakfast on her own. Celita had only fetched bread and milk from the door. The fat girl rarely complained, but instead of being grateful, Celita despised her a little. Sometimes she said to Natasha, "She's still a maid at heart." Marie Lou had indeed been a maid for 3 years, in thin dancing shoes and a green coat over her shoulders. Celita now strolled through the streets of Cannes, where people were already spending the second half of the day. She had to buy red silk, took a detour, and was stopped in the small triangular square in front of Notre Dame Church by a crowd of curious onlookers forming a line. A bride and groom were just coming out of the church. She watched like the others, and even stood on tiptoe. The bride wore a white dress with a train and veil, and the husband wore a tailcoat and top hat, like the ones in magazine photos. Organ music played from the darkness of the church, and young girls ran forward to throw rice to the newlyweds, who were held back on the steps by photographers. The women in the crowd were moved.
Did she suddenly feel different from the others? Or was sadness simply rising within her? Her eyelids grew hot and tingly, and just as the image began to blur before her eyes, she recognized the gray-haired man in the line across from her. The man she'd seen 2 or 3 times before at Monaco. He never spoke to her. She didn't even know if he lived in town or was a tourist. He always just watched her from his bar stool. She was sure that he had not only recognized her, even though she had no hair or makeup, but had also read an expression on her face that embarrassed her. She didn't like it when people looked at her so indulgently, as if they felt sorry for her. She almost stuck her tongue out at him. She stomped angrily through the crowd, bumping into people who were watching her. The Monaco was only 200 meters away, not far from the harbor. On a narrow, always car-filled street, the door stood open, and Celita drew back the curtain. The 2 cleaning ladies, Madame Blanc and the elderly Madame Tuzelli, were sweeping up the streamers and colorful paper balls in the restaurant, which still smelled of liquor and champagne. The windows above the garnet-red banquettes stood open, hidden behind thick curtains at night, and the night spot seemed as out of place in the daylight as Marie-Lou's nakedness when she made coffee at home. Celita was surprised when she entered not to see Monsieur Léon, the owner, who was usually at the Monaco every afternoon. But when she opened the door to the storage room at the end of the bar and saw the open trap door, she knew. She was surprised that he was busy in the cellar. Celita climbed the spiral staircase, which she had climbed and descended so many times over the past few months, and was now alone in the low-ceilinged room that served as the girls' dressing room. She rarely stayed here during the day. They saw a cooper setting down his barrels in the courtyard. She took the red skirt of her Spanish dancer costume from the rack hung with dresses of all styles and colors, let her coat fall from her shoulders, sat on a stool, and began to sew. After a while, she remembered Natasha and the American rice powder a naval officer had given her. The tempting container stood on the long dressing table where the girls kept their personal makeup. Celita opened the window, emptied her powder into the courtyard, and filled the compact to the brim with Natasha's powder. She didn't dwell on whether she was sad or in a bad mood, but her face, as she resumed sewing, was as gloomy as the sky outside. She knew it became more pointed, that she took on a lurking look, that she looked like an animal cowering under a thunderstorm, its claws bared, ready to attack.
Sewing was as odious to her as housework. There were a lot of things she found odious, and there were noises downstairs. Through a strange window hatch in the floor, she saw the owner and Emile coming up from the cellar, both with whiskey bottles in their hands, in the storeroom. "Put them in the cupboard," Monsieur Léon was saying. He placed his bottles on the table and pushed open the door to the restaurant, while Emile spotted Celita through the window pane and winked at her with a surprised and delighted smile. Celita knew what the two had been doing in the cellar. They had filled branded bottles with smuggled whiskey. It was none of her business. But she wouldn't have been so unhappy if the owner had been caught, because she didn't like swindlers. If she herself swindled, it was only when it was absolutely necessary, and then she hated herself for it. Why dwell on it? They finished their work, stitched the thread, and bit it off with their teeth. The skirt she had worn every night for 3 years was slowly wearing out and wouldn't last much longer. The red showed in the daylight. Emile made signs to her from below that she didn't understand, and she asked through the door, "What's wrong?" He put a finger to his mouth and gestured for her to come down quietly. Emile was 17 and so small and frail that he looked 15 and was treated like a little boy by every man. He spent half the afternoon as Monsieur Léon, running errands and hopping from car to car on the street, putting flyers advertising the shows at the Monaco under the windshield wipers. From evening until 4 in the morning, he stood on the sidewalk in front of the cabaret, quickly disappearing in an oversized uniform, opening car doors and ushering guests inside. Now, he was standing at the door to the bar, which had a round porthole-like window through which one could observe what was going on in the room. Celita had missed the beginning of the conversation, but from what she heard, it couldn't have been much. The two cleaning ladies were still busy with their work. In the middle of the room, brightly lit by daylight, stood a shy young girl who one would have expected to be among the audience at the wedding earlier than here. Monsieur Léon, without a vest, his shirt sleeves rolled up over his hairy forearms, leaned against the bar, looking the newcomer up and down with a languid, ponderous gaze. "Who sent you here?" "No one, sir. I'm here of my own free will." Emile elbowed Celita, who had made room behind the viewing window. It probably excited him a little to feel her beside him. "You said you're from Bergerac." "Yes, sir." "Did you hear about the Monaco in Bergerac?" "No. I didn't come directly here." She was wearing a very beautiful black dress, a red hat, and white crocheted gloves as she was about to go to Mass. "So tell me what? Where you've been before you ended up here?" "First I went to Toulouse. There's a nightclub there called the Moulin Bleu. Ah, I know it. Did you work there? No. Why not? She hesitated, blushed, and nervously fumbled with her black leather bag, which looked new and didn't match the rest of her outfit.
They didn't want me.
Are you sure you're 19 already? I can show you my ID. With trembling fingers, she quickly opened her purse, which she wasn't yet used to, and handed the owner her ID card. He read in a low voice, Maud Leroy, born on May 13th. Oh, you see?
Yes, I understand.
And to Toulouse. I took the train to Marseille. I worked there for a week as a waitress in a bar. Which bar? At Freddy's. Did you sleep with Freddy?
Another nudge from Emile. Because Monsieur Léon was increasingly resembling a large cat playing with a mouse.
How do you know that? I know Freddy. And before that, what do you mean? How many men had you slept with before? It sounded right when she answered. 2. Celita realized she was pressing her breasts against Emile's shoulder, but he hadn't moved. Did Freddy tell you about me? No, a client. And since I left Bergerac because I wanted to do a striptease, why did you want to do that? The question puzzled her. She couldn't find an answer. Do you think it's easy? I think I could.
When did you arrive in Cannes?
This morning, on the night train. I was here once before at 11 o'clock, but the door was closed. I've taken a room nearby at the Hotel de la Poste. Take off your dress. Right now, he simply shrugged, and the new girl looked uncertainly at the 2 cleaning ladies who, however, didn't seem to be paying any attention to her. What are you waiting for? Nothing. She had zipped up her purse and placed her handbag on a table. She managed to force a smile onto her lips. And while looking at Monsieur Léon, she lifted her black dress and pulled it over her head, as she had done in her bedroom. Never up, always down, a woman with her arms in the air and her face under her dress is ungraceful. I didn't know that. You'll learn. Do I have to take off my petticoat too? Emile seized the opportunity and pressed himself even closer to Celita, as if to get a better look. And she pretended not to notice. The petticoat fell at the young girl's feet, leaving her only in her bra and panties. Her bare skin was almost chalk white against the dark red decor of the nightclub. There was something unseemly about this undressing in the middle of the day, with the street noise filtering in through the window. That embarrassed Celita. Aren't you shaved under your armpits? Does it have to be? Of course, show your breasts.
The nipples were smooth and pale pink. Monsieur Léon leaned heavily against his bar, looking more like a horse dealer than a voyeur. But Celita couldn't help but murmur,
"That swine." Suddenly, she moved slightly away from Emile. He was ashamed and looked through the viewing window with different eyes than before. "You can get dressed again." "Is it nothing?" "I said you can get dressed again." "Did you read the poster next to the entrance?" She pulled up the straps of her petticoat and nodded. "Every Friday, in addition to the program, we have amateur striptease. You come shortly before 10 and sit at that table." He pointed to a table in the back of the hall next to the orchestra. "You act like you're a guest. And when the announcer addresses you, you stand up and pretend to hesitate. Got it?" "And then—" "You don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of the rest. If everything goes well, I'll hire you."
Dressed again.
She looked even more like any ordinary young girl than before, and it was hard to imagine that she had just undressed without batting an eyelid. "Thank you. All right. 10 o'clock at the latest?" "Yes. On time. On time." As she opened the velvet curtain and was about to leave, he called her back and asked sharply, "Do you have anything to eat?" And she turned around and blushed again. "I don't need anything. How much money do you have left?" 200 francs. "Take this as a deposit." He gave her a 500-franc note, and she put it in her purse.
Emile had already tiptoed away. Celita went up the iron stairs to get her purse. As they walked through the bar afterward, the owners heard racing results on a small radio behind the bar.
"Where were you?" "Upstairs. I had to sew my Spanish skirt." He looked at her suspiciously. They're both pretty good at each other, and he knew her lies. "There's a new girl coming tonight," he reported. "About to test her." "So much the better." It was already starting to get boring. A dancer. Striptease. Did Madame Florence hire her? It was common practice to remind him in this way that his wife's boss, whom everyone called Madame Florence,
Didn't he? If they hadn't been separated by the bar, he might have slapped her. It had happened before. Still, it would have been impossible for him to get along without her. And Celita, could she get along without him so easily?
At the moment, she was angry with him. She hated him because she was afraid, as she always was when someone new introduced herself. And as Madame Florence was afraid too, she left without saying goodbye and took the opposite route to the Place du Commandant Maria, where she lived with Marie-Lou. Marie-Lou had tidied the apartment and was lying on the sofa, filing her fingernails.
"There's a new girl coming tonight, and..."
"Who is it?" "Nothing special. A little girl who arrived by train this morning." It'll be the same as with the others.
It wasn't the first, and certainly won't be the last, to be tried out this way. Some lasted only one evening, and one had panicked when it was time to step on to the dance floor, ran out, and locked herself in the bathroom.
Most wanted to do better than the professionals and performed it so clumsily, so offensively, that it made the audience uncomfortable. 2 or 3 lasted a few days, and a little Italian girl had moved into an apartment at the Carlton after a week. Have you seen her? Yes. After a pause, fat Marie Lou, still filing her nails, said, "Is that all?" "What do you mean? I'm surprised you can't think of something nasty about her." "Thank you. Please." Marie Lou and Celita also knew each other quite well. At 8:30, they went out into the street in the dresses they wore to entertain between numbers and strolled in their high heels through the crowd, past the illuminated shop windows. For most of the passers-by, the day was over. Couples and families were heading to the cinemas. At Justin, the bar restaurant on the Place du Marché, they found Natasha and Ketty, who, like them, lived together for financial reasons, already seated at the table. "Spaghetti," Justin, Celita ordered as she passed the counter. They ate here almost every evening, and the customers, mostly local businessmen, and later at night, truck drivers, butchers, and farmers who brought their vegetables into town in vans, knew them. Now it was Marie Lou who announced, "Apparently, there's a new girl." Oddly enough, it was Celita the other two were looking at, as if only she could know. "What kind?" Natasha asked. Celita replied with a tight lip, "One who could take one of us's place." "We'll see which one." A drizzle was falling now, and they walked 2 by 2 on the narrow sidewalk, like boarding school girls, heads bowed, silently over the damp pavement. When they turned the corner at 9:30, the Monaco's illuminated sign wasn't switched on yet. An elderly man, however, was standing in front of it, his face pressed against the glass of the display case, looking at the photos in the glow of the street lamp. The 4 women were perhaps 30 meters away when the sign suddenly lit up, as did the case containing the photos. Exposed by the light, the man recoiled in surprise and strode away. "Did you see that?" asked Marie Lou. And nothing. Emile emerged from the Monaco in his plaid uniform and took his place at the edge of the sidewalk. Inside, Madame Florence was already at the cash register, while Ludo, the bartender, was organizing his bottles. "Good evening, Madame Florence." "Good evening. Good evening, Madame Florence." "Good evening." They filed past her like boarding school students in a convent before the Mother Superior, and they shared her fear. The musicians tuned their instruments. Marie-Lou, yes, madame. Your fingernails.
Marie-Lou proudly showed off her freshly manicured hands the evening before. Madame Florence had pointed out her dirty fingernails.
And your hair, it was visibly greasy. And upon closer inspection, you could see the white dots of dandruff. I couldn't get an appointment at the hairdresser today, but I'll go tomorrow. It's about time. Natasha and Ketty crossed the storage room to go up to the dressing room, and Selita was about to follow them when she too was called. Selita, yes, Madame Florence. You were here this afternoon. Emile hadn't told her that, because he was as infatuated with Selita as a high school student. And if he had called her to the viewing window this afternoon, it hadn't been to see her at the went to participate, but to feel her on his side. Given the relationship that existed between them, Leon hadn't been interested in talking about it either. Had Madame Florence stopped by the Monaco before the cleaning ladies left? That happened sometimes. In any case, nothing escaped her. I forgot to bring my skirt yesterday. A guest ripped it open as he danced by, so I came here to sew it. Unlike Marie-Lou, Selita didn't lower her eyes. She looked the boss straight in the face and even had mocking wrinkles around the corners of her mouth. You'll make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yes, Madame Florence. The irony was unmistakable. It was a battle that had been going on between them for months. It was hard to say which of them would win. At the moment, the only thing that was certain was that one of them was the boss, Monsieur Léon's wife, and that the others weren't.
What are you waiting for? I didn't know if you were finished yet. Madame Florence was, of course, aware of the visits her husband made to the Place du Commandant Maria on the afternoons Marie-Lou was out and about. Leon had done the same with others, almost everyone, to tell the truth. But it had never lasted this long, and it had been something different. At the Monaco, he barely noticed Selita, and when he did, it was always quick to snap at her. Not because he wanted to deceive his wife, but because he sometimes hated the dancer. Emile walked out onto the street with his red umbrella in hand toward a stopped car. But as he tried to open the door, the car, whose driver had only lit a cigarette, drove on, disappointed. He resumed his position at the entrance, where he could hear the sounds of the orchestra. It was a bit like fishing. There were good days and bad days. And with every car that turned the corner, Emile felt an inner tug, like a fisherman when his cork goes underwater. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. And what time is that? He wasn't lying too much. The show rarely started before midnight. Sometimes later, if there weren't enough guests. Some people raised the red curtain and turned back when they saw the empty hall, even though the orchestra started as if on cue. We'll be back later. It might be better if you reserve a table, though. Another time. The miracle happened within minutes, and the guests who couldn't find a seat crowded around the bar. Upstairs, in the dressing room, the four women were putting on their makeup. Almost immediately, Natasha asked Selita, "Did you steal my powder?" Selita didn't answer. The others were barely listening. "If you'd asked me, I would have gladly given you some. But like this?" She grabbed Selita's purse, took out the compact, and emptied the contents into the wastebasket, which was mostly filled with cotton wool used for makeup. Her actions elicited no protest, only a cold, piercing stare from Selita, who was brushing her hair. Outside on the dark street, hurried footsteps sounded, the rhythmic clacking of high heels echoing through the otherwise silent night. Emile looked at his watch, and as the woman passed him, he whispered in a slightly worried voice, "Hurry up, Mademoiselle Francine." She was very pretty, plump and fresh, with curly hair. They didn't even try to get past the bar, knowing that all eyes were on her Ludos, the musicians, and Jules, the waiter who was placing the champagne buckets on the tables. "Excuse me, Madame Florence, I'm a little late." 11 minutes. The boss, without waiting, had already pulled a notebook from a drawer containing the names of the staff. Behind some notable ones were crosses. "It's thanks to the neighbor who watches my son at night. She wasn't here yet, and I couldn't do Pierrot. Sorry, Francine." A cross joined three other crosses, each signifying a 500-franc deduction from Francine's paycheck. I ran as fast as I could. That's true. She was still out of breath. "Go and take off your coat." Francine didn't dance, didn't sing, and didn't have her own act. She was an entertainer, and besides, she took down coats and hats and hung them in the guest cloakroom at the back of the storeroom. 5 minutes before 10, Monsieur Léon arrived, sat down on a bar stool, and glanced around to make sure everything was in its place. "Are the hats ready?" he asked Jules, the waiter. Sometimes paper and cardboard hats were handed out, cowboy hats or top hats in various colors. "Do you think she's coming?" asked his wife, to whom he had told her about the new girl. "I'm quite sure." Emile finally ushered two guests in. They were about to sit at the bar when Francine rushed over and led them to a table. Once seated, the guests usually stayed. Almost at the same moment, Maud Leroy, the young girl from the afternoon, came in through the double red velvet curtain and stood for a moment, puzzled. She hardly recognized the room. Madame Florence was also somewhat surprised, for the new girl wasn't the kind of girl one was used to seeing at the Monaco. Frowning, she glanced over at her husband, as if wondering something. It was Ludo, the barman, who then said, "You have a good table back here, mademoiselle." Another customer arrived, a regular. He sat on the outermost stool at the bar, with his back to the wall. A Scotch Ludo. "Right away, doctor." He called almost all of them doctor. And some were actually flattered. Madame Florence opened the door to the storage room next to the cash register and called up the iron staircase. "So, how's it going up there?" There was a noise. Natasha and Ketty came down first. Marie-Lou asked from the top landing, "Is it true that you stole her powder?" Celita gave her a quick glance and shrugged. In the reception room, the new girl sat rather stiffly at her small table. A glass of a yellowish liquid had been placed in front of her without further question. Ketty, who was almost as fat as Marie-Lou, but with a more sensual, aggressive vulgarity, headed toward the two men. "Which of you two will dance with me?" Natasha stood ready next to her at the bar. Celita and Marie-Lou also came in, and now it was just a matter of catching them and setting the right mood. Emile swung open the curtain and proudly ushered in not one couple, but three Dutch couples whose faces were sunburned despite the gloomy weather of the last few days. 5 minutes later, Giannini, the leader of the band, barked his sing-song into the megaphone, and everyone spun around on the small dance floor where the couples bumped into each other. By 11:30, 3/4 of the tables were occupied, and Madame Florence gave the signal, which consisted of calling softly Ketty Marie-Lou. It was time for them to change for their numbers, while the other two, along with Francine, continued their role as entertainers sans ado until the last moment. Only the new girl hadn't danced yet. None of the guests had dared to speak to her while dancing or drinking at the bar. The girls had been able to scrutinize her at length, as had the musicians and Ludo, the barman, who had ordered 3 drinks for her. She had drunk them mechanically, as a sign of good manners, and although she still sat as stiffly on her chair as she did in church during the sermon, her face was less pale these days. Madame Florence glanced over at Léon more often than usual, never losing sight of what was happening in the hall. She was almost 40 and was growing tired of fighting. Chapter 2. The body lay curled up deep in the bed, revealing only its tangled hair, a temple, and an eye gazing at the rays of light filtering through the shutters. Occasionally, the gaze wandered through the unmoving silence to the neighboring bed and the alarm clock, which stood with its face facing the other way. Selita didn't know what time it was, but she was certain the alarm would ring soon. And when it finally did, as his feet trembled on the marble top of the bedside table, as Marie-Lou's heavy, warm body slowly began to move, and an arm stretched out in the gloom, Selita's eye closed, while at the same time her face took on an exaggeratedly innocent, pouting, and sleepy expression. Even if she didn't see it, she knew that her roommate sat up on the edge of the bed, that her feet were clawing at her slippers on the floor, that she then rubbed her breasts and hips, walked out of the bedroom into the kitchen, and turned on the gas stove, which emitted that familiar popping sound. When Marie-Lou then opened the window and the shutters in the dining room, sunlight flooded the apartment, and the sounds from the Place du Commandant Maria rose more clearly through half-opened eyelids. Selita watched as the fat Marie-Lou leaned out the window, stepped back into the room, grabbed a colorful dressing gown, and put it on, before returning to the window, raising her head and calling out, "Is Pierrot feeling better?" She was talking to Francine, who lived on the second floor of the building across the hall, and whose son was absent from school because of a cold. "What are you saying?" she called after a while, because a truck had passed by, and she hadn't heard the answer. Francine repeated slowly and clearly, "He's back at school. I was waiting for you to get up because I wanted to ask you a favor. There was a dairy on the corner, and the customers, if there were any, were sure to be looking through the beaded curtain at the two women who got up at 3 in the afternoon." "Which one?" "Can you watch him from 4 to 6? It often happened that Francine's 5-year-old son spent the afternoon at Marie-Lou and Selita's apartment, or that one of them took him to the bath." He was a fat boy with a rosy face and yellow hair, and if it weren't for the twinkle in his eyes between the narrow slits of his eyelids, one might have thought he was a moron or had just fallen asleep. "Sorry, I can't today," Marie-Lou replied. "I have to go to the hairdresser." "And Selita?" asked the voice across the hall. Marie-Lou glanced through the open door at the bed, and her hair spread out on the pillow, a little more quietly, and with a meaningful gesture, she answered, "I think not. Do you understand?" Francine evidently understood. because she didn't ask any further questions. I have to go back inside. My kettle's starting to boil. Selita continued to pretend she was still asleep. Soon the smell of coffee reached her. She heard the apartment door open and close, the baguette being torn open, a cup clinking onto its saucer. Marie-Lou was quiet so as not to wake her. And Selita, for her part, didn't want to make the first move and remained lying silently in bed. She felt guilty, but without wanting to admit it, she still harbored resentment toward her friend for what she considered a betrayal. Even last night, or rather this morning, as they walked home together from the Monaco, Marie-Lou hadn't said a word, and at home she had undressed and gone to bed without saying good night. It would be more difficult with the others. Selita was prepared for that. Didn't they already hate her? Some more, some less. Was the new girl in her room at the Hôtel de la Poste, that confounded Maud, waking up now too? Had Monsieur Léon already knocked on her door? Only Madame Florence hadn't reacted the same way as the others. And when Selita's eyes suddenly met hers, there had been something like understanding between them, as if they were now under the same roof. Although their situations were different, they both had something to defend, and it was the same man at stake. Selita hadn't thought about what she was doing beforehand. She'd simply followed her impulse, even though there was no denying it. She knew it was mean. She hadn't been drunk. She'd had 3 or 4 whiskeys at most, and Ludo certainly didn't serve particularly strong ones, especially not to the barmaids. A few minutes before midnight, Madame Florence looked through the viewing window to make sure Ketty was waiting in the storeroom. Then she gave Giannini the signal. When the dance ended, he sounded a drum roll, crowned by a timpani roll, and then purred his sermon. Ladies and gentlemen, the management of the Monaco has the honor of presenting its Striptease show, the most daring and artistically excellent on the entire Côte d'Azur. It begins with Miss Ketty, the incomparable cover girl, with her particularly charming number. Selita was sitting at the bar with a young Englishman who had ordered her a drink, but didn't want to dance. The room was plunged into darkness, as always during Ketty's act. In the first flash of the spotlight, she was seen in a tight-fitting black silk dress. She stood there as if posing for the cover of a magazine, holding a long cigarette holder. Darkness, flash, darkness. Ketty always stood in the same spot, and each time she wore one less item of clothing, until she was completely naked.
except for the prescribed triangle. The Englishman only gave her a brief glance. He spoke in convoluted French about the London nightclubs where drinks were no longer served after 11 p.m.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it was Marie Lou's turn. Her number was rather vulgar and ordinary. She, too, was dressed in black. The dress, the bodice, and the underwear had glittering zippers that she encouraged the guests to unfasten. Now it's you, Celita. Celita excused herself to the Englishman, went through the storage room, and up the iron staircase. Natasha was busy putting on a voluminous 1900s-style gown, which she finally completed with a hat decorated with ostrich feathers. The orchestra and applause could be heard vaguely from below. First, Celita, in her Spanish costume, descended the stairs and, as they all did, watched through the viewing window as Marie Lou's number ended. Marie Lou was naked and wore a triangle like Ketty's. Only hers was embroidered with sequins. She walked across the dance floor one last time, saluted, and gathered her clothes. As she pushed open the door, breathless, her body was hot and glistening with sweat. Now it's your turn. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. As they had all heard these sentences so many times that they no longer registered the individual words. They waited like circus horses for the first beat of the music and then stepped onto the dance floor. Celita danced her flamenco, at the end of which she dropped her bodice and red skirt. She noticed that the Englishmen had disappeared. And a little later, she saw the new girl sitting in a corner, staring straight ahead. Celita was the only one who could dance, for her mother had sent her to a dance school in Paris when she was 8, and she had been in several ballet troupes. She was also the only one who never showed her breasts, although her breasts were firmer than Marie Lou's. For example, she didn't wear the triangle at the bottom of her stomach, but instead wore frilly panties made of the finest linen for both her Spanish dances and the can-can. Considering it was a Friday, there were many guests there. A veil of smoke was already spreading over their heads, and the fancy hats had been distributed. Monsieur Léon, as always, stayed near the door during the numbers, from where he gave the signal for applause. Had Celita succeeded with him, as she sometimes thought, as she so desperately wanted? Their eyes met, but she could read nothing in the man's eyes other than a certain impatience, and she was sure it referred to Maud. Like Marie Lou before, she ran out into the storeroom, past Natasha, who was waiting there for her entrance. clutching a purple umbrella with an overlong handle.
Marie-Lou was back in the hall, sitting with the two men who had arrived first and who had then invited her to their table. In the dressing room, Ketty prepared to go downstairs as well and simply remarked,
"Good atmosphere. If there was still enough audience around 2 o'clock, there would be a second performance, and the whole thing would start all over again, with the same announcements from Giannini, the going up and down the iron staircase, the dressing and undressing, the guests you excused yourself to leave, and whom you might or might not meet again afterward." Selita put on her dress, which was also quite worn, went downstairs, and watched through the viewing window the end of Natasha's number. The most complicated and elaborate, Natasha was well built, but so tall that she looked more like a statue in a park than a woman one would want to sleep with. This derogatory remark didn't come from Selita, but from an Italian, a French client who came to Cannes once a month, went to the casino and gambled, and who was only seen at the Monaco if he had gambled away the sum he had set as his limit early that evening. Another drum roll, a drum roll, and the almost solemn silence that Selita used to slip into the room, where she stood next to the door.
"Ladies and gentlemen, like every Friday, we now come to the amateur striptease. The management of the Monaco is convinced that among our charming guests there are several who are unaware of their talent. Women and young girls who are just dying to show themselves in public."
Every week, it was the same words, the same wink, the same pauses that Giannini had become accustomed to once and for all. The lights went out, and instead, the spotlight scanned the room while the announcer droned on, lingering on this or that table or gliding onward, highlighting now a face or a cleavage, now crossed legs. So, which lady or girl would like to win the bottle of champagne the management is offering you, madame? Knowing this would provoke laughter, he had chosen one of the sunburned Dutch women. She giggled like a teenager, while her husband jokingly pretended to urge her on. Selita kept her gaze fixed exclusively on Maud, who sat motionless, with bloodless lips and tucked-in nostrils, barely breathing. Selita knew that she wasn't the only one watching her, that the manager at the door and Madame Florence at the cash register, both for different reasons, were watching as intently as she was. At one point, the young girl reached for her handbag, as if she were about to grab it and rush out into the street. Jules, who was operating the spotlight, must have noticed the gesture and sensed danger, because he quickly directed the beam at her. Giannini realized it was high time. "You, mademoiselle." She looked frightened and didn't move.
May I ask your name?
Her lips moved, but not the slightest sound emerged between them. What did you say? Hortense? Ursula? Pelagie? This time, they heard their table mates whisper a name, and one repeated loudly, Maud, Maud. That sounds lovely. So, Mademoiselle Maud, you are a mademoiselle, aren't you? Did she even know where she was? She nodded mechanically.
Would you mind standing up so everyone can see what a lovely girl you are? And also, Arisa.
She rose abruptly.
Wonderful, great. You see, you're already starting to get used to it. Don't be afraid. The rest will follow. How old are you, Maud?
19.
19 years. That's fantastic. Is anyone else 19 here? Let them raise their hand. No one, you. Monsieur, what do you say? 79? That's 60 too many. So, as you can see, Maud, you are very special. Do you have a fiancé?
No. Speak up, please. No. Too bad for him, and lucky for the other men. Come on, Maud. You don't have to be shy. You've just seen our beautiful artist perform. And now you'll prove to us that age doesn't determine how good you are. For all his eloquence and playful tone, not even the slightest reaction from the young girl escaped him. He sensed the panic gripping her in time, signaled to the drummer, and he understood. As the bass drum's roll was followed by a dull rhythm, he continued with the urgency of a hypnotist. Just take 2 steps forward. Maud, 2 steps. Just 2 steps. But yes, you can do it. Well, you see, wonderful ladies and gentlemen, Mademoiselle Maud will now perform her first striptease number. He was conducting with both hands now, coaxing chanted chords from his orchestra that became beguiling as the spotlight turned red, enveloping Maud in a dim circle of light. With a first movement, the newcomer, without taking her eyes off Giannini, raised her hands to her shoulders to pull down her dress, but her arms fell back down her body, pale and lifeless. Giannini smiled at her encouragingly, continuing to set the rhythm, with movements as if drawing strange figures in the air. Her frightened gaze suddenly wandered to the door, where, through a fog, she saw the boss standing there, staring at her. It was becoming embarrassing, and from one of the tables, a guest called out, "Enough!" at that moment, expecting something that never came. Salida, as well as the others. Didn't they all feel like they were participating in a cruel game? The pale hands rose again, the fingers resting on the straps of the black dress, revealing, as they fell, The smooth curve of the shoulders, the armpits, the still thin arms. The body was frozen as the dress slowly sank, slid over the hips, and then suddenly fell to the floor. A single guest applauded from a corner. Another hissed, "Shh." Perhaps it was the music, reminiscent of voodoo sounds, that was working on the strained nerves of the spectators, for no one spoke. No one even touched their glass. All eyes, without exception, were fixed on the figure standing motionless in the purple light of the spotlight. Very slowly, the girl bent down to free her legs from the dress, and then, perhaps without realizing it, Maud made a subtle gesture. Her hands tenderly stroked her silk stockings as she very slowly stood up again, gradually revealing, as she began to remove her petticoat, a body that seemed much more intimate than the others that had previously been revealed. Now, it was Giannini who held his breath, trying not to disturb the spell that was beginning to unfold, to coordinate his music, to underline, if possible, or even draw out the young girl's movements. Celita pressed her lips together and found herself gnawing on them with her sharp teeth. Time and again she thought, even hoped, that panic would yet gain the upper hand, that Maud would suddenly stop, see all the faces turn towards her, and run out. But the opposite happened. The girl forgot Monsieur Léon's admonition and pulled her petticoat over her head, and it felt like a liberation. Feeling that she was almost naked practically whipped her into action. One could see the blood rushing to her cheeks, her eyes finally tearing themselves away from the conductor of the orchestra and daring a cautious glance into the semi-darkness of the hall. Sighs of relief rippled through the audience, especially as a smile now spread across her face, a smile directed at no one but herself, at her secret thoughts. Giannini had understood and accelerated the rhythm, which now became as urgent and wild as that of jungle drums. She began to dance. It wasn't an elaborate dance. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a real dance at all. It was the still, hesitant movements of an awakening body. One still had the feeling that the performance hung by a thread, that a mere nothing, a cough, a laugh, any clumsiness would be enough to break the spell. The most difficult part was yet to come. Celita knew this better than anyone. She, who had always refused to show her breasts. A long, deep breath, a fearful glance into the dark space surrounding her. Then Maud brought a hand behind her back to unfasten her bra. At that moment, Celita bit her lips so hard they bled, for she knew that the newcomer had won the role, that neither she nor the others had ever held the audience in suspense like that. Suddenly, Giannini, sweat beading on his brow, changed time after another drum beat, and the instruments produced a kind of rhythmic panting, at first restrained, plaintive, then increasingly ecstatic. Was this what the girl from Bergerac had dreamed of when she left her parents' house with the firm intention of performing a striptease?
Did the glances scanning her body send her into ecstasy?
She didn't mime the phases of lovemaking like Marie Lou. She experienced them, and it was like a challenge to those watching. One could see shivers run down her body, and men and women in the audience forgot their breasts, their stomachs, their hips, to watch only the turmoil in her eyes. When she fell to her knees, everyone rose from their chairs. Some clapped, but were silenced, for with her eyes half closed, Maud's body continued a mysterious struggle until it finally sank back, powerless. Celita was just as gripped by it as the others, and it only made her angrier when, after a brief, oppressive silence, a storm of applause erupted, shaking the glasses on the tables. People clapped their hands and stamped their feet, shouted, and stood on tiptoe to peer over the shoulders at the girl's body, lying motionless and empty.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Giannini's voice was lost in the general commotion. Alarmed, Monsieur Léon, who could no longer see anything from the doorway, pushed his way through the crowd. Well done, little one. He was so agitated that Celita and Florence exchanged glances. The boss offered Maud his hand, helped her to her feet, gathered her clothes, and led her to the door with the viewing window. Several people were still applauding, and Giannini played a samba that drew the couples onto the dance floor, where the lights came back on. Florence was no longer at the cash register. She had presumably followed her husband and Maud into the storage room. Natasha walked past Celita and whispered,
well, what did you say, my dear?
Then Celita remembered that she had announced earlier at Justin's that the new girl could take one of them's place. She hadn't believed it herself. She had only said it to unsettle the others. It wasn't anyone else's place that Maud Leroy threatened to take. It was hers, Celita's, and Madame Florence knew it. And even though they hated each other, even though they were fighting over the same man,
There were moments like this when they felt solidarity.
As always, after the first performance, there was a certain commotion. Guests were demanding their bills, and Jules was confused as Francine rushed back and forth, laden with coats and furs. No one noticed the black patent leather handbag that stood next to the empty glass on the table where Maud had been sitting. This brand new handbag fascinated Celita, who had noticed it earlier that afternoon because it stood out so clearly against Maud's worn clothes. She didn't think anything of it. It was merely curiosity. Nothing stopped her from sitting at the next table. It was free and one of those where the hostesses usually sat anyway. Marie-Lou was busy with her two guests, while Natasha sat at the bar, trying to get a drink from an American who had just arrived and initially thought the evening was already over. "Give me a scotch, Jules. Astat.
Right away, Mademoiselle Celita. I have to get someone out first."
Holding the purse on her knees as if it were her own, she rummaged through the contents and found an enameled copper compact, a handkerchief, 2 letters, a tube of aspirin, cotton wool, and a nearly empty cigarette pack. Why did she take one of the 3 cigarettes still inside and light it out of spite to get revenge for what the new girl had done to her without knowing it? She put her finger in her side pockets and pulled out a price tag printed with Galeries Nouvelle. And underneath, in purple stamped letters, 450 francs. When Jules returned, the bag was back in its place, and Celita was gone. She headed for the exit. Emile, preoccupied with guests leaving, saw her but didn't get a chance to speak to her. To the right, an alley lined with old houses, too narrow for cars and without lights, led to the Place du Marché. A few trucks were already parked there, being unloaded. At Justin's, 2 men in overalls and leather caps were eating sandwiches and drinking coffee. "Give me a telephone token." He noticed that she was agitated and her eyes were flashing, but he didn't give it much thought and simply watched her as far as the booth. "Hello. Police. This morning, a handbag worth 450 francs was stolen from the Galeries Nouvelle on Rue Foch. The thief is currently at the Monaco, where she was performing a striptease. Her name is Maud Leroy." "Who is this?" replied an indifferent voice. She hung up and left the booth, forgetting to close the door. "Put it on my tab, Justin. Are you guys busy?" When she returned to the Monaco, quiet had returned. Emile was at his post, opening his mouth to ask her a question.
But she didn't give him time and slipped through the velvet curtain.
Florence frowned at the cash register. At the bar sat the gray-haired man she'd seen that afternoon when the bride and groom were coming out of the church, and she went to stand beside him. "Would you like to buy me a drink?" "If you like." "Hi, Maya." She swung herself onto the bar stool next to him. "Thanks. A scotch, Ludo." "Cigarette," suggested her companion.
She took one, and he lit it for her.
"You were outside getting some fresh air." She wondered if he was making fun of her, because he had a peculiar smile around his mouth. She had already noticed that barely hinted smile the 2 or 3 times he had been here, and that had been enough to stop her from speaking to him. He was far too self-satisfied, watching the others with far too pitying curiosity. She remembered that she had once said to Marie Lou,
"That's someone who thinks he's God himself."
and Marie Lou had replied amusedly, "God in a strip club." He wore discreet tweed suits, and one could have mistaken him for a doctor, a lawyer, or even a professor.
Neither Monsieur Léon nor the new girl were in the hall. They reappeared a while later, and the boss led the young girl to her seat, where her handbag was on the table as before. Then he left her alone to speak first with his wife, then with Giannini, who listened to him without stopping playing the accordion.
At the second performance, the amateur number couldn't be performed because there were still too many guests there
who had already seen the first.
But since Maud wasn't leaving and was being served a drink, she would probably be like the others, except that she would probably be announced as a sensational debutante, unless Celita looked at the door and wondered if the police had taken her phone call seriously and sent an inspector.
"Not a good day today," her gray-haired counterpart asked her in a casual tone.
"Why?" "Because you were already a bit upset this afternoon. You don't like it when other people get married, do you?" She preferred to take a sip of her drink rather than answer. At the same moment, Emile came in and tried to get the boss's attention. But when he finally succeeded, it was already too late. Inspector Moselli, who occasionally glanced into the Monaco, was already heading for the cash register. "Nothing's going on," Celita exploded. "I don't have anything. You understand? And I wonder what you're getting at with your illusions." She realized too late that she'd made a mistake. Everything happened very quickly. At one end of the counter, the inspector was speaking quietly to Madame Florence and her husband, who had joined them. The police officer hadn't gone unnoticed, and several pairs of eyes were fixed on him, those of Marie Lou, Natasha, and Francine, who was sitting alone at a table. A while later, Monsieur Léon approached Maud, who automatically picked up her handbag from the table and went with the boss into the storeroom. The inspector followed them. Celita waited for Madame Florence's look, which she actually received several looks. In fact, the first one, brief and questioning, as if the boss wasn't quite sure yet. There was a certain surprise in the second, and one could have sworn she was thinking, "I wouldn't have thought you'd go so far, my little one." Admiration. A little, perhaps. Don't you sometimes involuntarily admire people capable of doing evil? She had to suspect that Celita had, at heart, acted for both of them from a certain resignation in her eyes. However, Celita concluded that the prank had failed. Natasha, the most curious of all, pretended to go to the bathroom and disappeared through the door of the storage room. "What are you afraid of?" She began to hate the sly voice, the simultaneously ironic and indulgent gaze of the man in the tweed suit. "Certainly not you," she replied dryly. She left her bar stool and sat down at the table next to Francine. "Did you see?" she asked. "What?" "The inspector. He's here because of the new girl. I wonder what they're doing back there." They would all find out shortly afterward. The inspector returned to the hall, accompanied by the boss, and they both had a drink at the bar. Only after the inspector had left did Maud return to her seat with her handbag. Her eyes shone, her cheeks flushed. An agitated Natasha went from one to the other, whispering something in each of their ears and pointing at Celita. Monsieur Léon had probably paid for the handbag, so there would be no further repercussions. Had the department store even noticed the theft? Hardly. The strange thing was that when Celita discovered the tag, she knew Maud was practically innocent. Surely, at the time she took the decisive step in her life, she had only had a worn-out bag, which was useless, and she had only 200 francs left. She had staked everything on one card. Monsieur Léon behaved for the rest of the evening as if Celita weren't there at all when she went upstairs to get ready for the second performance. Natasha didn't speak a word to her, and later on the street, Marie-Lou also remained contemptuously silent. She knew what this meant, like she had been at school. She would be punished with disrespect. Marie-Lou had now finished her bath, entered the bedroom, still wet, and fetched her underwear and clothes, not caring whether Celita was still asleep or already awake. Celita preferred not to move. Keeping her eyes closed and hoping her roommate wouldn't see the 2 tears welling up beneath her eyelids. They wouldn't even let her look after Pierrot. She would be alone until evening, because Marie-Lou had changed into the blue dress she wore to the Monaco, which meant she wouldn't be coming back. The apartment door opened and closed again. Footsteps receded on the sidewalk. Celita jumped out of bed, impulsive to run after her roommate to call her back. She had never felt so alone in the apartment's 3 rooms. Flies buzzed in the sun, and the noises coming in from outside seemed hostile. She felt a bit trapped. She picked up the telephone, dialed a number, heard it ring on the other end. Then finally, a wavering voice. The voice of someone unaccustomed to using the telephone. Yes. Is that the Monaco? The Monaco, yes, yeah. She thought she recognized the stammering voice of old Madame Tuzelli. Is Monsieur Léon here? No, madame. Isn't Madame Florence either? There's no one here. Sullenly, she hung up again, poured herself a cup of cold coffee, drank it without eating anything, ran the bath, and resolved to get dressed as quickly as possible and leave anywhere, to the Rue d'Antibes or the Croisette, just to escape the solitude of the apartment. Chapter 3. She hesitated between the tight-fitting bullfighter trousers she wore with a sports blouse when she went to the beach and a red polka-dotted dress she'd bought the week before at the Galeries Nouvelles, the very place where Maud had stolen the patent leather handbag. Finally, she settled on the dress. She applied her makeup and then, perfectly dressed and coiffed, went to the Rue d'Antibes to browse the shop windows. During the few days when the sky had been overcast and the air cool, one might have thought one was in some small provincial town. As soon as the sun came back, however, there was no denying that you were on the Côte d'Azur, with all the tourists thronging the streets and speaking in every language. The men in shorts, like Boy Scouts, showing off their hairy calves. The women in shorts, some of whom weighed 80 kilos, if not more, and some even in bathing suits, wandering through the streets and shops, exuding a scent of suntan oil that seemed to permeate the entire city. Once, Celita had gone for a walk with Marie-Lou, dressed considerably more modestly than most of the passers-by. And yet 2 housewives had realized what they were, turned around, and made rather loud, derogatory remarks about them. Celita's afternoon had been ruined, while Marie-Lou had simply remarked calmly, "Never mind, my dear. We can dress however we want.
They'll always notice how we earn our living.
That was true. Just yesterday, during the wedding procession, the gray-haired man was the only one who had recognized her as the dancer from the Monaco. And yet the others had sensed that she belonged to a different world than theirs. Did she feel curiously observed? Taking a side street to get to the Croisette from a distance, she recognized Francine on the other side of the street in her blue tailor suit, accompanied by an older man. Celita knew that halfway there, they would enter a boarding house where rooms were rented for the night and by the hour. Francine first. The man slightly embarrassed behind her, and as she passed the house, she looked down the gloomy corridor at the frosted glass door, which she too knew well. She didn't go there often, and almost always only towards the end of the month, when she didn't have enough money to pay the rent, or, like last week, when she needed a new dress. She had never asked Leon for money, and he probably wouldn't have given her any. He knew, however, how she got her money, because customers usually asked him about the girls before making offers.
Was he jealous? He hadn't been jealous of Florence back when they both lived on Pigalle. He had been a bartender in a rather disreputable night spot, and she, younger then, had been a prostitute without being ashamed of it, and continued to do so during the 18 months he spent in prison.
No one knew exactly why he had been convicted. At the Monaco, it was discussed as little as possible. And when it was only in whispers. One of the musicians claimed it was a settling of scores between two gangs in the bar where Leon had worked. One dead man and one seriously injured man remained in the square, and Leon had been arrested along with the others. Ludo, who knew a lot about the two gangs, the Corsicans and the Marseille, disagreed. For him, the current owner of the Monaco had always been a loner, whom both gangs suspected of having contacts with the police.
In any case, when Leon got out of prison, he married Florence, and they had since become business partners, with the Monaco and the apartment on Boulevard Carnot being in the woman's name, as is almost always the case in such cases.
For years, Florence had been defending her position. She was 39, soon to be 40. She had become middle class, had put on some fat that had recently seemed unhealthy. Celita, at 32, considered herself already old.
Only yesterday, the battle between them had raged, a battle that Celita was determined to win. She remembered the day during her first week at the Monaco, when the boss had visited her in her hotel room at the Hotel de la Poste, just like at Maud's. At first, he behaved as if he were simply taking what was due to him, as a man for whom it was a given.
I suppose I have to put up with it, she had said calmly to him as he was already taking off his jacket and tie. Are you surprised? His voice sounded astonished and annoyed. I'm not surprised by anything anymore.
What are you waiting for?
So, what else?
Nothing.
She had closed the curtains and lain down, then stared at the ceiling the whole time, motionless and indifferent.
Are you doing this on purpose?
Maybe. Are you always so accommodating? She sensed that he was unsettled and not very proud of himself.
Did you expect anything else?
Later, as he was getting dressed again, he had grumbled, "You think you're great, don't you?" She had tried to hide a small, satisfied smile, knowing now that she had guessed correctly. He felt insecure and humiliated, and he would be back, determined to subjugate her.
By evening, everyone, except Natasha, who wasn't in Cannes yet, knew about his visit.
Well, did he have you? Marie-Lou, the good girl, had explained it to her. Don't be under any illusions and think you've made it. It's compulsive with him. He wants to feel like the owner, to show that he's the man. You understand. He'll pay you a quick visit or two more times. But that means so little that his wife isn't even jealous. It was true. It seemed as if Madame Florence wanted to let the new girl, then Celita, know through her attitude that she knew about it and that it didn't bother her. We'll see, Celita had replied boastfully to Marie-Lou. What will we see?
Nothing. Had she already had her plan? She wasn't aware of it. Probably it had all come about over time. At first, it had just been something like a game. For her, Monsieur Léon wasn't Monsieur Léon, but he wasn't simply Léon either. He was the man. And at his side stood Madame Florence, the woman to be outdone.
Celita knew what people would soon start whispering behind her back, and Marie-Lou, who could never keep her mouth shut, hadn't kept it from her since she shared the same opinion as the others. You're just jealous, Celita. You can't stand it when others are doing well. And you do anything just to prevent them from being happy. That wasn't entirely true. When Natasha had started working at the Monaco, and they were still friends, they had had a long conversation about this topic. Natasha was considerably more intelligent than Marie-Lou. Ketty and a few others who had paraded around the Monaco. She read a lot, and she was the only one who never slept with a guest. She might not even have slept with the boss. She had been married to a traveling salesman and had one child with him, a little girl of 3. She had left her husband of her own accord and filed for divorce. The proceedings were still pending. She had claimed her daughter and now awaited the court's decision every day. They're just saying I'm jealous because I'm different from them. People don't like it when you're not like them. It's not jealousy in me. I just don't like injustice, Hexa. Natasha seemed to understand her then, and they almost moved into an apartment together on Rue Pasteur. There are those who always succeed, and there are always those who don't deserve it. Someone like Marie Lou, for example. She's a stupid cow, and everyone is nice to her. Why had Natasha grown tired of her? It had only taken a few days for her to cool down and begin avoiding Selita. Selita then asked her openly, "Did I do something to you? What do you think you did to me?" "I don't know. I'm just wondering why you're being like that to me." "Because you get on my nerves." She was silent for a while, searching for words, then added, "You're too complicated. You always have to create some kind of drama around yourself." Aesop. Was it her fault if the drama was tailor-made for her? Hadn't she always done everything she could with fiery zeal and passion? Natasha, who knew her past, should have understood. When I was 4, like Pierrot now, I always had to sleep with my neighbor on Rue Colincourt because my mother danced in nightclubs. And when I was 8, she put me in a dance school. And that was a torture. I had to dance on point and twist all my limbs. Meanwhile, my brother and sister lived in Hollywood like children of rich parents. Do you know who my father was? She had told her Jose Delgado, the famous film singer whose photo was in all the newspapers. I was born prematurely when he was still nobody and shared a room with my mother in Montmartre. He never married her and went to the States when I was 2. There he married 3 times and had other children. Abbott. And word is he's getting a divorce so he can remarry. And what does all this have to do with you? Natasha had retorted. She hadn't understood. Yet she must have been unhappy too, having left her husband and child. As for Marie Lou, all her problems were solved by no longer being a maid and no longer having to get up at 6 in the morning. Every now and then, she fell in love for 3 weeks or a month. The last one had been a casino croupier who looked like a pallbearer. At 16, Selita had toured small towns and second-rate casinos as a dancer with operettas, eating more often on trains and in train stations than in proper restaurants. Nevertheless, at 22, She had a steady boyfriend with whom she shared a hotel room on Boulevard Saint Martin and made plans for the future. When she became pregnant, she believed he shared her joy. She danced at the Châtelet until she was 3 months pregnant. Her boyfriend worked at an import company, and she was looking forward to finally getting away from the theater. They would have a house in the suburbs, a few more children, and later a car. Everything seemed to be going well when another woman, a small, treacherous brunette who wasn't even pretty, came along and stole him away from her. They're married, Natasha. They're happy. And they have 3 children who are already in school. And yours? Mine died. It was a girl. After her father left me, she was mine alone. She waited for some consolation, some reassurance at least. You understand that, right? What happened? I didn't want to give her to people in the country. I needed her close to me. That evening, like Francine does with Pierrot, I entrusted her to a neighbor down the hall. Nothing ever happened to Francine's son, and nothing will happen to him either. Nothing bad ever happens to the others. My little girl was suffocated at 13 months by the neighbor who was babysitting her. She took her to her bed because she was crying. She was drunk that night. I know because she still smelled of alcohol the next morning. She didn't even notice. Well, you're just unlucky, my dear, Celita had retorted vehemently. It's not a question of luck. It's a question of justice. She was determined to defend herself, even to go on the offensive if necessary. Operettas weren't performed much anymore. The theater rarely needed dancers, and when they did, they used very young ones. I'm 32 years old. It'll soon be too late. She didn't like to talk about her life over the past 10 years. In a few years, they won't even hire me as a salesgirl in a supermarket. Was Marie-Lou thinking about her future? Ketty Natasha, were they hoping to find another husband at the Monaco or elsewhere? No one has considered me. I won't consider anyone else either. Too bad for Madame Florence if Celita achieved her goal. It was a struggle between the 3 of them. Because first, the matter with Leon had to be resolved. He wanted people to see him as the man, and he believed he had experience. For him, the girls who showed up at the Monaco were worth a visit, sometimes 2. And after that, he didn't have to think about them anymore. It was a bit like cattle ranchers who brand their animals, even after 6 months. However, he still hadn't gotten away from Celita, and he couldn't have said how she managed it. Sometimes she was sure he suspected what she was getting at. Remember, my little one, he had explained to her in the second week. It's completely pointless trying. There's nothing you can do. Sleeping together now and then is fine, but that's all you can do. There have been more cunning people who've tried to get me. You can ask my wife about that. A month later, eye to eye with her, he demanded angrily, "I'd like to know what's going on in your little head." She laughed ambiguously. "You are the most depraved, heartless woman I've ever met." He hated it when he didn't see through something, and he felt humiliated when he was confronted. Have you ever really been in love? It would be pretty strange if I were to fall in love now, of all times. The fight between Florence and Selita became crueler and petty, consisting of insulting barbs and underhanded remarks delivered with a smile. Sometimes Selita incurred so many fines of 500 francs in a month that she got nothing more. And the boss spared her no offense. Even in front of the guests, there was more there. And it was Florence who was afraid. The day before yesterday, Léon had spent 2 hours at the Place du Commandant Maria, and for the first time, before leaving, he had said, "It would be more practical if you could get rid of Marie-Lou and live alone." Was she imagining it? Or was he starting to need her? And then Maud had arrived. Maud was lying in the sun on the beach next to a blue parasol. Selita had arrived on the Croisette, which had suddenly taken on its summery look. The people here were on vacation, leaving their cars behind to stroll or take photos, or lying on the sand in their bathing suits. Did all these strollers, with their colorful clothes and their more or less tanned skin, also have problems? One thing was certainly reassuring: Maud wasn't in her hotel room with Léon. As Selita had feared, someone had picked her up. Ketty or Natasha. She was already part of the group, and she was lying here next to the parasol in the spot usually reserved for Selita, while his mother was at the hourly hotel. Pierrot, his light hair shining in the sun, was playing under the supervision of the 3 young women in bikinis who were chatting together. Ketty was the first to see Selita walking along the top floor and pointed her out to the others. They had probably just been talking about her. And Ketty had said, "Watch out, there she is." They didn't greet her and pretended they didn't know her. Selita, like them, wore dark glasses that made her features appear harder. She slowed her pace, seemed to consider whether to go down to the beach, and finally sat down, deliberately casually, in one of the armchairs at the railing. opposite them. Pierrot noticed her, ran to Natasha, and said, "Selita is up there. Did you see?" Natasha probably replied, "Leave her alone. Don't look. We have nothing to do with her." "Why?" "That's why. Don't worry about it." "Is she a bad woman?" Maud had whiter skin than the others, and instead of a bikini, she wore a modest latex swimsuit. Pierrot seemed dissatisfied with the answer he'd received and watched Selita for a while, squinting against the sun, then reluctantly turned around, walked to the water, and splashed his feet in, feeling they were being watched. The three women pretended to be happily whispering secrets to each other. Selita hadn't been at school for long, but similar things had happened in the lower grades. And later, before and after dance lessons. The only difference being that back then, the mothers had intervened, and they had been even more merciless than their daughters. Two newlyweds sat holding hands on a bench, gazing at the sea, perhaps for the first time, and a little farther away. An old man gazed openly at a rather voluptuous woman lying flat on her stomach in the sand, her bra unfastened. Maud's second performance yesterday had been less triumphant than the first. She had performed roughly the same movements in the same order. But this time, it was as if she wasn't entirely convinced of what she was doing, as if she were repeating a lesson she had learned. And before baring her breasts, she paused uncertainly for a moment, as if she had forgotten what to do next, or as if she had suddenly realized how improper what she was doing was. Nevertheless, the audience had applauded. She hadn't waited for Monsieur Léon to pick up her clothes and had rushed to the door with the viewing window. Shortly afterward, Monsieur Léon had gone up to her in the dressing room, no doubt to encourage her. He would go to her as he had gone to the others. The only question remained whether she had what it took to keep him there for more than a week. Léon resented Selita for calling the police. He had avoided her the rest of the evening and hadn't said goodbye to her. Shouldn't she have stayed at home this afternoon? Hadn't he perhaps come there to reproach her? The other three continued their comedy, albeit with less enthusiasm. Natasha called Pierrot over and gave him a raisin bun she had bought from a street vendor. "Well, Mademoiselle Selita," she jumped, even though she recognized Emil's voice. He was wearing blue jeans and a greenish cotton shirt and carrying a stack of brochures. "Are you alone?" Before she could answer, he had spotted the others on the beach. "I knew it," he said. "What did you know? That they would do it this way? They agreed last night that they wouldn't go with talk to you and pretend you don't exist." He had stopped, one hand on the arm of an empty chair. "Sit down for a moment." "Thank you. but I'm afraid I'm disturbing you. And besides, I'm not presentable. Marie-Lou tried to defend you. By the way, are you sure? Yes. I heard her say, it's not really her fault. She always makes herself unhappy. Is the boss at the Monaco?
Was it you who called just before 4? I suspected it. But Madame Tuzelli had already answered. He went to Nice with Madame Florence to see the doctor.
Is she sick? I don't know. He called a doctor I don't know and made an appointment. Will you be angry with me, Mademoiselle Celita, if I take this opportunity to tell you? He fell silent shyly, turned to the sea, and continued. To tell you that I'm on your side. Don't you think I've been rude? It's not my place to judge. Is it? I know that I don't count for you, that I'm just a green boy in your eyes, and that what I think is completely unimportant. And what do you think? The three on the beach bumped elbows and peered at the odd couple that Emile and Celita made. Don't be afraid. Go ahead and say it, she urged him. I don't think you'll get what you want from the boss. And what do I want? The boss's position. Everyone knows. Madame Florence, too. Did she talk to you about it? I heard her talking to Monsieur Léon about it. And what did she tell him? Do you really want me to say it?
Yes. If you think I'd ever let that whore take my place at the cash register.
And you believed her?
He blushed. And there was an awkward silence. After a long pause, he sighed and then murmured, still hesitant.
If you need me, I'm here. You think I might need you. I know the boss. I started working at the store when I was 15. He thinks he's a tough guy. He just doesn't brag to Ludo, because Ludo obviously knows a lot about him. And as for Madame Florence, who knows him better than everyone else combined? She keeps him on a tight leash because she knows he'll always come back to her in the end. May I ask you a question that's been bothering me the whole time? Go ahead. Do you love him? She looked at him coldly. Admit that you don't love him at all. That sometimes he even disgusts you. All men disgust me. Me too. You're still a child. You think so. I know. And yet, you know that I'm the only person who truly loves you. You sleep with the boss. And you sleep with other men too. I'm not saying that to offend you. There are even some who tell me details afterward. He spoke quietly, excitedly. Why do you always treat me like a little boy? Listen to me. Don't look at me like that. What's stopping you from doing to me what you do to others? Confused and uncomfortable at the same time, all she could think of to do was shrug. Is that so much to ask? And I would be so happy. How many people have you asked to do that? He smiled involuntarily, flattered, and confessed. There were some I didn't have to ask for. And who was that? You'd be surprised. Who was it? She repeated.
One of them isn't far away.
Ketty.
Ketty doesn't count for me. She'll do it with anyone.
Natasha.
He nodded. Selita thought for a moment. It was certainly possible. After some consideration, she thought she understood what had driven Natasha to seduce Emile. I swear to you, Mademoiselle Selita, it's different with you. I only told you to prove I'm no longer a child. I love you. You.
What could she do but smile? It's true. Believe me, if I had a steady job, if I didn't have to go into military service, I would marry you on the spot. Oh, thank you. Why do you say it in that tone?
It's nothing. Emile, thank you very much.
So yes?
No.
And what's your reason?
There's no reason.
Let me go now. Completely confused and unable to simply give up hope, he stammered.
Just 5 minutes.
What do you mean, 5 minutes? Somewhere alone with you? It was completely incomprehensible to him why she suddenly stood up and walked away without saying anything else. She simply left her only ally there on the croisette, destroyed, clutching a pack of pink brochures. And he had only asked her for a harmless 5 minutes. She knew what to expect, but she was determined to go to Justin's for dinner at the usual time today. She just arranged to arrive a little later and be the last one. Francine ate meals with her son, but the 4 others sat at their table in the back of the restaurant, and Maud sat in the seat usually occupied by Selita. Justin seemed embarrassed when she came in. I was told you wouldn't be coming today. It's okay, Justin. Serve me here. She was convinced Natasha had masterminded the operation, and Maud felt uncomfortable when Selita sat alone at a table near the door. There was no contact. The 4 at their table tried to have a lively conversation to annoy her, but it didn't quite work. There were silent pauses, and they resembled amateurs putting on a play for a charity event.
So I told the good old man,
the one with the goatee.
No, the other one. The one with the woman who always wears a new dress and pretends to go to the bathroom so he can meet me in the storeroom. Come.
Ketty interrupted her. He tried that with me, too. He was looking for a date.
Well, I told him I was an artist, but that I could always give him a good address for whatever he wanted.
Was she deliberately looking over at Selita? Was her look meant to be an insult? And what address did you give him?
He didn't want one. And besides, he didn't have time to talk to me any longer. He saw through the window that his wife was coming across the dance floor and ran to the bathroom.
Justin, do you have any strawberry shortcake?
There aren't any left, Mademoiselle Natasha. But I still have cream cakes.
It wasn't easy to eat without looking at the others, nor was it easy to look indifferent. And the meal seemed to take forever to Selita. To distract herself, She finally started counting the cigarette butts on the floor under the counter, then the bottles on the shelves. She had to hold on at all costs, not just here, but later at the Monaco, where it would surely be even more difficult. They'd had plenty of time that afternoon on the beach to turn each other against her and think up God knows what nasty things. Just an apres and a coffee. Yes, mademoiselle. A newspaper vendor came in, and luckily she was able to immerse herself in a newspaper for the rest of the time. She was the last to leave, as she had planned, and so she was 3 minutes late. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Madame Florence take the black notebook out of the drawer. Good evening, Madame Florence. Madame Florence pointed to the clock on the shelf. Celita didn't give her time to say anything. 500 francs, I know. Ludo heard and opened his eyes wide. No one had ever answered the boss so impudently. Madame Florence was about to retort, to call back Celita, who pushed the door back. But then she contented herself with putting a cross next to her name and, after a moment's thought, adding another. It was a Saturday, and the crowd was mixed. Generally, it was younger and arrived early. Nothing happened until 10:30, except that Celita continued to be ignored, and the others exchanged conspiratorial glances, as if something were in preparation. By 10:30, the hall was 3/4 full, and almost everyone was dancing. Celita had fallen into the hands of a dentist from Lille who had traveled to the Côte d'Azur to enjoy himself at any price, anticipating the Striptease show, which he immediately inquired about in detail. He had chosen a table at the edge of the dance floor, and after 20 minutes, the first bottle of champagne was already empty. To make matters worse, he constantly wanted to dance, which he couldn't really do, and was convinced that his improvised attempts were absolutely thrilling. Every 5 minutes, with a complicit air, he asked Giannini for a piece of his choice. At least you're someone who lets herself be led, he explained with satisfaction to Celita, who he expected to perform the most unusual steps. I can't stand women who think they have to teach their dance partners lessons. It didn't bother him at all when he bumped into other couples or stepped on his partner's toes. Several times, he almost caused her to fall. On the contrary, the more violent the collisions, the happier he was, as if he were riding a scooter at a folk festival. He patted Celita's hips and explained, I find the idea of seeing you naked right here on the dance floor right afterward very amusing. How does that actually make you feel? Does it excite you? He had to sit down from time to time to catch his breath, and especially to have a drink, which gave Selita a brief respite. And during these pauses, she sensed from the looks, the smiles, and certain movements of the others that something might happen at any moment, but she tried in vain to guess where the blow would come from. They were all there, almost all with company, except for Natasha and the new girl, who were dancing together. Well, let's go then, decided the dentist, wiping his lips.
With Madame Florence watching them, Selita didn't dare refuse. And once again, she found herself on the dance floor with her unleashed dancer. Had someone instigated the orchestra to play the rumba so excessively fast? Or was Giannini, who had noticed the dentist, simply having fun?
Selita adjusted to the tempo as best she could, being jostled from all sides. But suddenly, her ankle twisted without immediately understanding why. She fell to her knees, and then she realized that Natasha, as she danced past with the new girl, had managed to grab one of her high heels and pull the shoe off her foot. She instinctively tried to catch it again, but she couldn't get through the floor between the dancer's legs, and the shoe had been kicked away and far away. The dentist hadn't noticed and asked, "Did you sprain your ankle?" "No, my shoe." She couldn't dance with one shoe on and wanted to leave the dance floor, but she couldn't force her way through the dancing couples. 3 or 4 times she bent down to grab the already dusty black suede shoe as it came near her, and each time someone pushed it far away. It had become a game, a kind of soccer, in which everyone gradually joined in. "Excuse me, see." She pushed the pairs aside and limped to the table, laughter erupting. When is a woman in a ridiculous situation ever pathetic? "How did this happen?" asked her companion, who had reluctantly followed her. "Nothing important. Don't worry about me." Maud, still dancing with Natasha, didn't laugh, nor did she join in kicking the shoe around, which had already lost its heel in the adventure. Marie-Lou was the first to end the game, pulling her companion with her to the bar. The music stopped. The dance floor emptied. In the middle, between the streamers, only the miserably mangled shoe was visible, and everyone stared until Jules decided to pick it up. "Is it yours, Mademoiselle Selita?" Wasn't the question ironic, since she wasn't wearing a shoe on one foot? "I'll try to find the heel as well. It must be under one of the tables." "It's not worth it, Jules. Thanks." And the stupid dentist also had to ask, "Do you at least have a spare pair?" "Upstairs, yes." She'd better wait until the guests were busy dancing again to file out through the hall. "Pour me a drink, will you?" She managed to give him a brave smile over the rim of her champagne glass. Cheers. Chapter 4. Alone in the dressing room. She plopped down on a stool and looked at her reflection in the mirror, unmoved and pitiless. And perhaps at that moment, she hated herself as much as the others hated her. The grotesque incident with the shoe had hit her harder than a truly tragic event would have. And even if she had only 5,000 francs, she would have run away immediately. Where to? She couldn't have said. The time was past for her to have imagined herself in the nightclubs of Paris. In Geneva, there was a cabaret, a true mecca of striptease, where she had performed twice. But it was an assembly line operation, with 15 girls performing one after the other every night, sometimes more. And the performances were scheduled to the minute. Could she still try in Nice, in Marseille? But why think about it when she didn't even have the money to pay for the trip? She had never had any money, even less here than anywhere else. As soon as she had a few bills in her hand, she gambled them away in the casino, not at roulette or chemin de fer in the gaming room, for which she had no access card, but at boule in the main hall. Even if she lost, she still went back the next week, as if tempting fate, giving it a chance to finally be fair to her by letting her win, waiting for it to happen one fine day. She sat in cons as if trapped, with no way of escaping, and this wasn't the first time. She had experienced the same thing before in Ankara, that strange capital city built in the middle of the deserts of Asia Minor. She had believed in luck when an agency at the Port Saint Martin sent her there with a 6-month contract, and had no idea that those 6 months would turn into 2 years. It had been a shabby cabaret, and all around the hall were boxes with curtains that could be closed. Never in her life had she pushed so many hands away. She swore every day, no matter what, that she would put aside money for the passage, and after 2 years, she was still there. She had almost resigned herself to the fact that she would never leave. That would have been the case, too, if a Belgian diplomat returning to Europe with his family hadn't offered to accompany his children as his governess. My wife doesn't need to know where I picked you up. I'll introduce you to her as a teacher who wants to return to her homeland. During the crossing, he took advantage of the situation, and afterward, he suggested taking her to Brussels and keeping her there, albeit half-heartedly and with mixed feelings. On the one hand, it would have been convenient for him. But on the other, he would have lived in constant fear that his wife would discover their relationship. She had the famous green eyes, which change color, like the sea depending on the weather. A natural reddish-brown hair color that made dyeing unnecessary. And she'd been assured ad nauseum that her pointed chin and nose were reminiscent of the young Colette, Claudine's Colette in Paris. They considered her depraved. Hadn't the terribly excitable dentist asked her earlier, "Does it excite you to show yourself naked?" He hadn't seen her act yet and didn't know that she didn't show herself naked. And if he had heard their confessions one by one, he would have been surprised to learn that there was less sex at the Monaco than, for example, on the beach, where Celita often saw women, and even young girls, voluptuously exposed to gaze, reaching the height of pleasure lying on their stomachs in the warm, almost living sand. Perhaps that was the case with Maud, if she hadn't been feigning something yesterday. Celita wasn't sure about that. For the others, men didn't represent anything sensual. Marie-Lou, for example, could fall head over heels in love, but it was the infatuation of a young or even little girl, and it meant, as she naively claimed, more something for the soul. Since leaving her husband, Natasha could sleep alone for weeks or months at a time. The thing with Emile was something different, an amusing, unexpected pleasure she had indulged in now and then, like one might treat oneself to a delicacy one hasn't yet experienced while traveling. Francine lived only for Pierrot and would have gladly had more children, provided their father disappeared from her life immediately. Ketty was an exception. She was the only one who had an aggressive, vulgar sexuality. She spoke about the act of love with the rudest words, like certain guests who were avoided, and Celita suspected she was only putting on a show to hide her incapability of taking pleasure in it. For Madame Florence, for Celita, for millions of other women, the man was clearly not that, nor, at least, not only, security. That afternoon, Emile had asked a question that was still lingering in Celita's mind. Do you love him? And like the naive boy he was, he had added, doesn't he sometimes disgust you? No, he wasn't. Perhaps Celita truly did love Leon in her own way, because she had decided to conquer him, because she had chosen him as her opponent. He was an opponent of quality who repeatedly eluded him, making the game difficult and therefore all the more exciting. Madame Florence had probably gotten him because she had stuck by him and worked for him while he was in prison, and also because she stood by him day after day and was intelligent enough to overlook his weaknesses. Celita had decided to take him away from her, and that wasn't cowardice or betrayal. It was an honest fight. Should she give up because of a shoe that had been snatched from her, because of a ridiculous conspiracy by a few girls? A conspiracy like the one at a girls' boarding school. She didn't have any shoes to change into. As she had told the dentist, the only shoes she had left at the Monaco were the red satin ones with the glass beads she wore for her Spanish dances. Downstairs, they probably thought she would sulk or cry or pack up her things and leave. She jumped when she heard footsteps on the iron staircase, but she didn't turn around to look through the window hatch in the floor to see who was coming up. When the door opened, she saw Leon in the mirror. He held a hammer in one hand, his recovered heel in the other. And without a word, he searched for the shoe, picked it up, and walked to the windowsill. He liked to tinker. The more difficult the work, the more he enjoyed it. And so he turned the black suede shoe over and over between his thick fingers for a long time before pulling nails from his pocket and setting to work. The windowsill proved unsuitable for what he had in mind. He looked around once more, searching, and spotted Celita's stool. Was his visit a peace offering? He devoted himself entirely to his business, his brow furrowed, his tongue between his lips, turned the stool upside down, and held the shoe firmly on one of the legs, like the iron last used by cobblers. Hold the toe. He had to try several times before making sure the heel was holding up reasonably well. It's okay for tonight, but you'd better not go dancing in it. She took the shoe he held out to her. Thank you. All right. At the door, he said, without turning around. Admit you deserve it. When she went downstairs shortly after him, Natasha had replaced her at the dentist's table. The dentist looked at Celita embarrassed, but didn't invite her back. Marie-Lou and Ketty would soon go upstairs to change. And as Celita went to the bar and sat down on a stool, she knew that Marie-Lou wouldn't be sleeping at the Place du Commandant Maria that night. The Swiss man from the last Saturday of the month, as they called him, since they didn't know his name, sat alone in a corner, uninterested in anything that was going on around him. Once,
obviously unaware of how unusual what he was doing was. He had pulled a newspaper from his pocket and started reading it. He was an authorized signatory at a Geneva bank and came to Cannes every month to visit a wealthy client who was spending the rest of his days in one of the most beautiful villas on the Côte d'Azur. He only left in a car with his chauffeur and nurse. On his first visit to the Monaco, the Swiss man had watched them all in turn and stayed until the end. He danced only once, and that was just so he could talk to Marie-Lou, who, with her good-natured face, seemed more harmless than the others.
"I'm not going home with you tonight," Marie-Lou had said to Celita as they were getting dressed. "That guy is waiting for me at the corner." The two of them were then seen walking away in the direction of the Croisette. Marie-Lou had come home at 7 in the morning, and since she didn't have a key, she had knocked on the door for a long time until Celita finally woke up. "Excuse me, my dear, imagine. He set his alarm for 6 without telling me, and declared that I had to go now, and that the servants weren't allowed to see me. He lives at the Carlton, in an apartment with a huge living room. Number 301, I didn't know that. He noticed. We didn't go up together. He didn't want the concierge to see us, so he said, 'In 10 minutes, you'll come up to room 301 without asking anyone.' He probably imagined I was going for a stroll on the Croisette. But of course, I chatted with Louis, the night concierge. Since then, the same comedy played out every month, and the Swiss man never considered changing his partner. He was happy with Marie-Lou, and, as she explained, he didn't like anything unexpected, anything that could complicate life. He valued things following established rituals. His presence that evening almost made Celita change her plans, because the thought of having to go home alone today made her feel extremely gloomy. Since she had no money, she couldn't leave Cannes, but nothing forced her to stick exclusively with Leon. Nothing prevented her from looking for another man. Now the man in gray tweed, the one she'd once said probably thought he was God himself, was back. He was sitting in the same seat as the night before, with his composure and his provocative smile, and she was convinced he'd come for her. She'd piqued his curiosity. That much was obvious. Had he witnessed the scene with the shoe? Why didn't she just start over with him? She leaned toward Ludo, who was serving her a whiskey. "Do you know who that is?" He looked in the direction indicated, shook his head. "I've been wondering. too. He's not from Caen, but he's French. He drives a large convertible. I saw him at the yacht club last week when I was helping out there. All the cream was there. The man noticed that they were talking about him, and also what they were saying. Like a good player, he pulled a business card from his wallet, adorned with a gold monogram, called the bartender over, and asked him to take it to Celita. She read, Comte Henri de Despierre. Below were two addresses, one on the left and one on the right. One read, Château de Despierre near Périgueux. The other 23, Avenue François Hier, Paris. She went over to him, gave him back his card, and said very coldly, Thank you. May I order you something to drink? Not now. I just had a scotch and champagne before that. Besides, I have to go and change soon. Yes, I know the schedule. She saw Leon watching her from the doorway, and once again she was tempted to forget everything and start over. Will you be staying on the Côte longer? Until my wife decides she's had enough, eh? She had already noticed the wedding ring and the signet ring, the imprint of which she now knew bore his family crest. Disappointed, he asked. Why? You might have had certain ideas. And if something doesn't work one way, you just try it the other way around. What do you mean? He contented himself with glancing over at Leon. Who told you about it? She continued. No one. But I have eyes in my head. You're a strange girl. Celita. He had seen her name in the photos at the entrance, but she was still a little confused. Your friends are already upstairs. I thought you needed to change. What are you dancing tonight in Cannes? He always looked like he was making fun of her in a friendly way, like teasing her like an older brother. And that annoyed her. She curled her lip, left him without a word, and went upstairs to the dressing room. The show began. Ketty went out onto the dance floor. Marie-Lou put on her black fishnet tights, and after a brief hesitation, because she had sworn not to speak to Celita, she said, Tonight. I know. I saw him. Marie-Lou wasn't cut out for difficult situations, and sharing an apartment with Celita put her in a more difficult position than the others. You know I'm not. Don't worry about it. Maud didn't want to either. But so, really, she felt quite lost here in this new environment and has clung to Natasha. Or rather, Natasha is hogging her, and the little girl doesn't dare. Madame Florence's voice called from downstairs. Marie-Lou, I'm coming, Madame. She adjusted her black satin dress, took one last look in the mirror, and hurried down the stairs. Celita, in cotton panties and a bra, was putting on her stockings as Natasha and Maud came up. Through the window, she saw the two of them crossing the storeroom and noticed Natasha pushing the new girl, who hesitated, toward the stairs. The two of them knew that she was alone upstairs. Was Maud afraid that Selita would make a scene or scratch her eyes out like a wildcat? Quite the opposite would happen. Selita's mind was made up.
She stayed. She wouldn't change her mind. The Comte de So-and-so downstairs didn't interest her, despite his tweed suits, his 2 residences, and his signet ring with the family crest.
Natasha changed her clothes completely, while Maud only applied fresh makeup and changed her panties under her hiked-up dress. Selita was now finished, looked at each of them in turn, and stood in front of the new girl. "I beg your pardon," she said loudly and clearly, in a clear voice that neither trembled nor begged. "I realize I made a mistake, and I admit it was mean of me. They paid me back. I'm not angry with anyone."
No one needed to know what was going on inside her. Maud Leroy, confused, searched for an answer and, after a quick glance at Natasha, stammered,
"I'm not angry with you either." She hadn't yet reached the traditional informal "do you." "You can shake her hand," Natasha chimed in. "There's no reason to keep hurting each other." Maud had a soft hand, her fingertips rough, as is the case with women who have done a lot of sewing. Natasha, still naked, her sequin triangle in her hand, continued, "I found your heel and gave it to the boss. As for the dentist downstairs, I'd like nothing better than to give him back to you. Besides, he'll be so drunk after the show that they'll probably have to carry him to a taxi." As Selita was about to go downstairs, Natasha called her back. "Won't you give me your hand, too? If you think so." It wasn't peace, but a truce. Or rather, for Selita, it was finally war. Leon had personally made an effort and come to repair her shoe, and he had acted as if it were meaningless, precisely because it was meaningful. She had formed her opinion of the new woman. He would visit her once or twice more, maybe more often. She had the advantage of youth, but at 19, would she understand what he wanted? Florence understood him, and so did Selita, because they were both real women like all men. Leon had the need to dominate, to prove to himself that he was the victor, to subjugate the woman. That was what he was after when he slept with a woman. Brutal, almost furious. with a cruel gleam in her eyes. Selita offered him a fight without end, so to speak, in which she was never completely defeated, in which the man had to continually prove his power. "You're a real slut," he often said, precisely when he had the most reason to be pleased with himself. He looked into her eyes, their lips almost touching, and said, "You're doing it on purpose, right? Admit that you're doing it on purpose." And she said yes, to annoy him. "Do you hate me?" he asked. "I don't know." That was honest, because little by little she had grown to enjoy the game. He was a man. He was the enemy. She had to win the game at all costs. It was no longer a question of safety for her. And she didn't cling to him just to escape the department store or the street that threatened her. Life had tried to submerge her, and every time she'd managed, with a painful effort, to get her head above water, someone or something had come and submerged her again. For her, for the idea she had of herself, it was absolutely essential that she win at least this game. She couldn't afford to try many more. With each one, her chances diminished. She had invested all her strength, all her willpower in this one for the past 6 months. Florence, too, played her last card, and she fought even more desperately, for she was 40 and no longer entirely healthy. Each defended what she considered her own, and no one demanded pity. The situation was clear, wasn't it? A few minutes earlier, Selita had been close to giving up because of a shoe, because she felt humiliated. She wouldn't have run away. That wasn't possible. But she had considered throwing herself at the lousy guy who thought he was God and was also a comte. Now it annoyed her that she had even thought about it. If only for a brief moment. Maud had given her hand. Her skin was pale, her fingertips punctured from sewing, and her body seemed as if it weren't quite ready or not quite healthy. In a few minutes, she would look again, ashen-faced, fearful. She had taken to the dance floor, her eyes glued to Giannini, who supported her so effectively with his music, as if he were guiding her with his hands. Perhaps she wasn't as naive as she seemed. She had made her decision alone in Bergerac, had plunged into the unknown, and hadn't even had enough to live off for a week. In Marseille, she had paid the price and slept with the bar owner, whom even Léon seemed to consider a brutal man. She had stolen a handbag without hesitation
and later wept heartbreakingly in front of the police inspector.
As for her entrance, which had held everyone in suspense, Selita was increasingly convinced that it was a trick. In any case, she had no right to interfere in the fight, to step into the ring, so to speak, and put herself between Florence and Selita. She was no match for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of presenting Mademoiselle Selita, the famous Spanish dancer who has performed successfully in the greatest cabarets in Europe. Hi! She stood behind the viewing window and smiled ironically. Marie-Lou hurried past her and up the iron staircase, leaving a strong odor of sweat behind her. In 5 minutes, everyone would know that Selita had sued for peace.
There was another skirmish that evening, but of a different kind. First, the dentist, as Natasha had predicted, had performed a solo number on the dance floor, wearing a cardboard cowboy hat, and then suddenly collapsed, clutching a table and dragging it with him, along with the champagne bucket, bottle, and glasses.
The boss had helped Ludo carry him out. Jules had repaired the damage, and the orchestra had begun a rumba. Maud received just as much applause as the night before, and then sat alone in her corner again. In her awkward, girlish way, Selita had deliberately not returned to the Comte. She saw him pay his bill, but instead of asking for his wardrobe, he sat down with the new girl. Maud evidently still believed in the rules of the game, or at least she pretended to, because after Selita had sat with her new gentleman, she turned to her with a questioning look, as if asking for her consent. "Go ahead, little one." That was what Selita's expression said. Most curiously, the boss seemed dissatisfied or worried. Was he afraid that Maud would be taken away from him before he'd even had time to see her himself? Marie-Lou had just learned of the reconciliation. As she passed, she placed her hand on Selita's shoulder and whispered, "You did well. Thank you." She probably assumed her good advice had borne fruit. The fat idiot. She was invited to dance, and a whole group of guests arrived. 4 couples at once, presumably coming from a gala evening at the casino, as they were wearing evening gowns. Tables were pushed together to make room for them. The Comte didn't dance. He sat leaning toward Maud and spoke to her with a serious expression, as if, as the older one with life experience, he were giving her advice. Had he already given her his business card?
during a break between two dances. As Selita went to the bar for a drink, Ludo said to her,
I saw the name on the menu, and now I know who it is. I've heard of him, but I didn't know it was him. He's married to an American, 20 years his senior, who's making his life hell. Now, it was Selita's turn to scrutinize Maud's cavalier with a superior smile. So that's how it is, she blurted out, and she almost measured herself against him. Her gaze searched for Leon, and she found him talking with a regular, a businessman from the Rue d'Antibes, who only came to the Monaco when his wife was visiting her mother in Grenoble. Leon winked at Selita through the crowd, as if to say, "That's good, little one." He had been told about the apology scene, and he had no idea what her motives were. It was a long, exhausting evening. The guests in evening gowns ordered caviar with their champagne, and everyone except Maud, who only had one number, had to perform 2 numbers.
the people just wouldn't get tired. And at 4 in the morning, there was still no telling when they would leave.
Leon kept an eye on Maud and the Comte the whole time. When the latter went to the bathroom, the boss arranged for him to run into him in the storeroom. Of course, he didn't make a scene. Selita saw him through the viewing window. He was friendly, but embarrassed. Sicher sagte etwas wie, Sie ist noch ein sehr junges Mädchen, wissen Sie. An Ihrer Stelle würde ich vorsichtig sein, hieß. Er hatte es eilig damit, ihr seinen Stempel aufzudrücken, bevor ihm andere zuvorkamen. Wollte er vielleicht nachher seine Frau allein heimschicken und Maud ins Hotel de la Poste begleiten, der Schwachkopf. Sie musste an Emil denken, der zitternd um 5 Minuten gefleht hatte, als hinge sein Leben davon ab. Der Schweizer wurde ungeduldig. Vergebens hatte Marie-Lou Madame Florence um die Erlaubnis gebeten, vor Lokalschluss gehen zu dürfen. Droben in der Garderobe hing neben dem Spiegel ein Zettel mit der Hausordnung, auf dem alle Bestimmungen aufgeführt waren, insbesondere, dass die Künstlerinnen gehalten waren, bis mindestens 4 Uhr morgens zu bleiben, auf jeden Fall aber so lange, bis der letzte Gast gegangen war. Es standen auch die Geldstrafen darauf, Anweisungen zur Körperpflege und das Verbot, Binden und andere Gegenstände in die Toilette zu werfen. Vor 2 Stunden hatte Selita noch geglaubt, sie könne sich von dieser kleinen Welt trennen, in die sie der Zufall hineingeworfen und in der sie sich inzwischen eingenistet hatte. Sie fühlte sich damit verwachsen wie nie zuvor, und das erweckte von neuem ihren Kampfgeist. Sie hatte jetzt kein Recht mehr zu verlieren. Sie zogen sich nicht jedes Mal um, bevor sie frühmorgens nach Hause gingen. Vor allem, wenn es sehr spät geworden war, gingen sie in dem Kleid fort, das sie zwischen den Nummern trugen, und hängten sich die Kleider, in denen sie gekommen waren, über den Arm. Wenn sie dann alle gleichzeitig gingen, sah es aus, als würde eine Schulklasse ausschwärmen. Die Musiker packten ihre Instrumente zusammen. Jules und der Barmann sammelten Gläser und Flaschen ein, während Madame Florence aus den Geldscheinen Bündel machte, die sie in einen großen gelben Umschlag steckte und in ihrer Handtasche mitnahm, die so groß war wie die Aktentasche eines Ministers. Leon kümmerte sich darum, dass alle Lichter aus waren, schnupperte in allen Ecken und drückte die letzten Zigarettenkippen aus, denn er hatte Angst vor Feuer. Und immer ging er als Letzter und schloss die Eingangstür ab, bevor er zu seiner Frau ins Auto stieg. Man sagte sich mal auf Wiedersehen, mal nicht, je nachdem, wie sich die Gelegenheit ergab. Mehr oder weniger ging jeder seiner Wege. Gehst du noch zu Justin? Ist bon? Nein, ich hab keinen Hunger. Ich hab noch Lust auf Spaghetti. Marie-Lou traf ihren Schweizer an der Straßenecke, und sie gingen zusammen eingehängt zum Carlton, wie ein altes Ehepaar. Man hörte das Meer leise rauschen, das der beginnende Tag blass färbte. Im Hafen setzten einige Fischer den Motor ihrer Boote in Gang. Auf dem Forville-Markt stellten Bäuerinnen Körbe und Steigen auf, und Justin servierte emsig Kaffee und Weißwein. Selita hatte den Compton nicht weggehen sehen. Maud war bis zuletzt geblieben. Gut möglich, dass der Chef sie heimbegleitete. So ging sie allein und passte auf, dass sie auf ihrem reparierten Absatz nicht umknickte. Als sie die Fußgängerbrücke betrat, die über die Bahngeleise führte, um den Weg abzukürzen, hörte sie Schritte hinter sich. In der Nacht hatte sie immer Angst. Und wenn auch der Himmel bereits blass zu werden begann, so war es doch noch dunkel. Sie ging schneller, ohne sich umzudrehen, lauschte und hatte das Gefühl, dass der Unbekannte hinter ihr ebenfalls schneller ging. Sie hatte den Schlüssel schon in der Hand und würde gleich rennen, wenn es nötig war, um schneller die schützende Wohnung zu erreichen, als eine Stimme rief: Selita. Sie blieb ruckartig stehen und sagte: Idiot. Es war Emils Stimme. Er hatte sich im Monaco noch umgezogen und trug seine Blue Jeans und eine dünne Jacke, in der er sicher fror. Während sie wartete, brachte er eilends die wenigen Meter hinter sich, die sie noch trennten. Was willst du? Nichts. Ich hab Marie-Lou mit ihrem Schweizer weggehen sehen. Und da hab ich mir gedacht, wenn sie allein nach Hause gehen, sie gingen Seite an Seite, und Emil hatte seinen hüpfenden Gang, mit dem er von einem Auto zum anderen lief, um seine Prospekte unter die Scheibenwischer zu stecken. Ich dachte, du fährst mit dem Fahrrad heim nach Cannes.
Emil hatte keinen Vater mehr. Der war im Krieg gefallen und wohnte bei seiner Mutter, die im Vorort Cannes Putzfrau war.
Das muss nicht unbedingt sein, erwiderte er, ohne deutlicher zu werden. Nach seinen Eröffnungen am Nachmittag gehörte nicht viel Fantasie dazu, zu erraten, was er sich erhoffte. Und Celita überlegte, was sie tun sollte. Sie war nicht der mütterliche Typ wie Marie-Lou etwa, die trotz ihrer 25 Jahre die Männer, auch ihren gravitätischen Bankprokuristen, wie große Kinder behandelte, und sie hatte nicht die Neugier Nataschas, für die der Junge eine Art Leckerei gewesen war, die man sich so nebenbei mal gönnt. Sie befand sich in einer schwierigen Lage, denn einerseits wollte she didn't want to hurt Emil, but on the other hand, she was a little afraid of him. At the Monaco, he was at the bottom of the ladder, certainly, but that's precisely why no one distrusted him. He saw everything, heard everything. He was even the only one who occasionally came into the owner's apartment. Was he already sure he would achieve his goal? He didn't talk about it. They say you behaved admirably, Mademoiselle Celita. Who told you that? Everyone. I'm glad because I knew it all along. I even made a bet with Ludo. You bet I'd apologize. I bet you wouldn't hold it against them. You're a different class than them. It was Natasha who orchestrated it all. You have to be careful of her. The others aren't intelligent enough to be malicious. By the way, I asked about the doctor in Nice. Madame Florence is ill. How do you know? Because he's a specialist in women. So, a gynecologist. Yes, that's what the word was. I read it in the phone book, but I didn't remember it. The square came into view. The grocer raised the blinds, and an Arab sat asleep on a bench, his head resting on the crook of his arm. There was a light at Francine. They left the window open, Emile remarked. It was true. By the time Celita left the apartment, she had been in such a bad mood that she hadn't thought about the window again. It's not good on the ground floor. Anyone can climb in. She looked at him and had to bite back a laugh, because it was pretty clear what he was referring to. You're worried about me. Just imagine if the guy at the bank had thought of sleeping in there or robbing the room, but he didn't. As you can see, he's not the only one. And now you want to come in to check. Just a moment ago, he, too, had been smiling and pretending to be just playing with words. But now, Selita had her foot on the doorstep. And suddenly, Emil's face darkened. He was so agitated that he looked as if he were about to burst into tears. Please, Mademoiselle Selita, soyez. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Leon had worn almost the same pleading expression with Maud earlier as Emile did now. And she was now certain that he hadn't had the patience to wait until the next day, that he had gone to the Hotel de la Poste at the cost of a scene with Madame Florence. She had already put the key in the lock, but remained hesitant. I'll leave immediately if you want me to. And I'll... He wasn't sure he wanted to make that promise, but it was still better than nothing. And I won't touch you if you don't want me to. She unlocked the door, turned on the light in the corridor, and left the door open behind her. He closed it. She turned right into the hallway and could feel him trembling after her. Using the second key, she opened the apartment door, and as she did so, she remembered that she hadn't tidied the apartment or made the beds. It was too late to reverse the decision, and she regretted it. My poor Emile, I fear you'll be disappointed, she said as she turned on the light. Here you see how women live when they're left to themselves. Something like anger suddenly rose in her throat, and she pushed open the bathroom door. The water was still in the tub, and the towels were scattered on the floor. There, look! She turned on the light in the dining room. The table was littered with breakfast leftovers, and the cups were filled with dried coffee grounds. And here, the unmade beds, the crumpled sheets, the pillows gray where the head rested and bearing traces of lipstick, the soaked panties in the sink. Do you still want to stay here? She threw her coat over a chair, dropped her shoes to the floor, massaged her sore foot, and the poor, stupid boy blurted out, as if reciting the Hail Mary, I love you. Chapter 5. At the beginning of the evening, they were all mistaken, Selita as much as the others, except that perhaps Selita, accustomed to having luck on her side, didn't dare celebrate too soon. When she entered Justin's with Marie-Lou, Natasha and Ketty were already seated at the table, and since there were only 2 free seats beside them, Selita hesitated, thinking one of them was for Maud. "I don't think she's coming," Natasha declared, "and that's why I didn't have a 5th place set." There was news. You could tell from her excitement. Natasha continued, "I called her hotel twice, and both times they told me she wasn't there. On my way here, I passed by there, and the owner told me that Maud had left at noon without saying a word or having breakfast, and they hadn't seen her since." At 9:30, all 4 of them arrived at the Monaco, lined up like boarding school students, and greeted Madame Florence individually, who seemed rather shaken to Selita. 5 minutes past 9:30, Marie-Lou, in the dressing room where they were changing, looked at her watch and murmured, 500 francs. Shortly afterward, they were sitting downstairs at different tables, as instructed, to fill the room. Madame Florence had dark circles under her eyes. Her gaze showed the fear of someone expecting a pain attack at any moment. And Selita remembered her visit to the gynecologist in Nice. For a moment, she wondered if the boss was pregnant after all. But at 40, for the first time, that seemed unlikely. She must have something wrong with her abdomen, since she'd consulted a specialist. Half of the women Selita had met had undergone surgery, usually with one or both ovaries removed, and that frightened her. The word abdomen had something mysterious, almost sinister, for her, and she feared nothing more than one day having a purple scar on her stomach. Monsieur Léon, standing by the door, couldn't have missed Maud's absence, and of course, he also noticed the glances the girls exchanged from one end of the room to the other. Twice he stepped through the curtain onto the sidewalk, where Emile was standing. 9:45. 10 to 10. Marie-Lou whispered inaudibly to herself, 1,000 francs. Selita had noticed that the boss was more carefully shaved than usual, that he still had a touch of powder next to his ear, and that he was wearing a light-colored tie that no one had ever seen him on. If he hadn't been visibly restless and Maud hadn't been there, she would have sworn he'd been with her and achieved what he wanted. She was far from the truth, as she would soon realize. A couple had just come in, regulars who always sat near the orchestra. The 2 were certainly no older than mid-50s, but they had nevertheless been dubbed Philemon and Baucis, for they held hands all evening, watched the performance with a smile, smiled at each other, and at most exchanged the occasional sentence, like very old married couples who know they're thinking the same thing anyway. Giannini played for them a waltz from 30 years ago, which they had asked for when they had first been there, and which must have awakened tender memories in them. Leon went to the cash register and leaned forward to speak quietly to his wife. His complexion was darker than usual, as if he had been exposed to too much sun. Madame Florence shrugged resignedly, and he hurried out into the street like a man with a task to perform. He had. Celita would gradually learn all the details, some from Emile, others from Ludo, who, from his seat, could hear what was being said at the cash register. The Hôtel de la Poste was only a few steps from the Monaco, and it was there that Léon went. When he returned a quarter of an hour later, he was alone, but his expression was more cheerful, and as he reported to his wife, he had difficulty concealing his joy. Maud hadn't arrived on time because, returning from the islands at 7 o'clock in the evening, she had fallen asleep, and no one had been there to wake her. Poor Bunny, Celita mocked when, despite the ban, she was outside for a moment and learned from Emile what had happened. The boss was acting so lovelorn that it was embarrassing. It wasn't usually in his nature to lose control of himself like that. Everyone had noticed the light-colored tie and the youthful, almost lively demeanor he had involuntarily adopted. Didn't he realize how ridiculous he looked? He thought he had made his mark, as he called it, on Maud. And now she was the one who had unwittingly taken over, had been recognizably marked. He stood there, waiting impatiently for her, touched to have found her asleep, unconcerned about the time like a child. Had she also gotten sunburned? The whole thing hadn't taken place in the banal hotel room. That would have been too unpoetic. He had taken her on a boat to the Lérins Islands like a couple on their honeymoon, and Maud had surely poetically dangled her hand over the side of the boat into the water. Had they walked hand in hand up the crooked stairs of the fort and visited the dungeon of the man in the iron mask? Had they then visited the monks at Saint Honorat, Celita and Florence, who were probably both thinking the same thing, didn't dare look at each other anymore. They were so ashamed of him. The whole thing wasn't at all touching After all, he wasn't Emil's age anymore. It was just ridiculous. The big, childish girl looked at his watch every 2 minutes, oblivious to the fact that the musicians were already exchanging glances. 4 new guests had arrived. Ketty was besieged. Natasha and Marie-Lou were dancing together when finally the new girl, in the little black dress she'd also worn the previous evenings, opened the curtain, looking timid and scared like a mouse. She immediately went to Madame Florence. Celita couldn't hear what she was saying. She only saw the cold, almost resigned expression of the boss, who, having nothing else to do, dryly accepted the apology and showed her to her seat at the back of the hall. Celita had underestimated the young girl from Bergerac. It was now clear to her. Maud Leroy had decided to play the fragile one, the poor little girl afraid of life and needing a man to support her. And Léon, though truly seasoned, had fallen for it. Even his gait had changed, becoming lighter and more elastic. The only thing missing was for him to jump over chairs, believing he'd become young again, like some patrons coming out of the cinema who thought they were the hero of the film. He avoided the gaze of Celita and his wife. Had he prepared the latter for his next idea, it didn't take long to arrive. A reporter from the Nice Matin, Julian Bia, who occasionally had a drink at the Monaco, arrived that evening with his camera equipment. He had obviously been invited. Léon had visited him or called him. This was evident from the fact that he immediately rushed to meet him, pulled him over to Maud's table, and called Jules over to order a bottle of champagne and 3 glasses. He had set his mind on launching the girl, making her a star. And the journalist, who had already interviewed most of the celebrities staying on the coasts, calmly pulled a pad and pencil from his pocket, ready to take notes. He asked questions as if he were an important person and wrote down the answers. And the little bastard played his part so well that Celita felt an irresistible urge to go up to her and slap her. She looked even younger than she really was and acted both timid and sulky. Had Léon, a shrewd businessman, spared her the mistake of buying a new dress, going to the hairdresser, and getting a manicure, she was to be trusted to have thought of it herself. She remained the young thing you encounter on the street or behind a shop counter, or rather, the somewhat battered young girl who gets off the night train with a cheap suitcase and a wrinkled face, and whose origins and destination no one knows. Even her underwear and stockings wouldn't change. She was too cunning for that. Her cheap panties, the kind worn by little typists and maids, appealed more to men's imaginations and conveyed more of the mystery of femininity than the open work tights, the black bodices, and the sequined triangles of the professionals. What did she say to the reporter, so staid, as if her adventure were the most ordinary thing in the world, as if all young girls from small French towns left their parents and undressed in a nightclub the very next day? Tomorrow they would read about it in the newspaper. Not everything, of course, because the conversation lasted over a quarter of an hour, and in that time she told enough to fill 2 columns before the journalist put away his pen and paper. He stood up and stepped back a little to take his photos. Léon modestly moved aside, and Madame Florence turned her head away. Julian Bia didn't leave yet. He stayed until Maud's number came on, because he still needed pictures of her on the dance floor. He even took some when she was almost naked. He threw himself backward on the floor, as if convulsing. But this picture certainly wouldn't appear in the newspaper. It was for Léon. Giannini recited a different text than the one he usually recited, and he certainly hadn't written the new one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the management of the Monaco has the honor and the pleasure of presenting you with the discovery of the year. Tomorrow, she will be the undisputed star of Striptease, Mademoiselle Maud Leroy, 19 years old, who has captivated her audience from the very beginning. The management had the honor, the surname Leroy in 2 words would appear in the newspaper the next day, not only in the interview, but also on the advertising posters that announce Maud in letters 4 times as thick as the other artists. In addition, wide strips would be plastered over the old posters in front of the bar and throughout the city until the new ones were ready. Mademoiselle Maud Leroy, the most exciting sensation of the year. Celita and Florence weren't the only ones who understood and reacted accordingly. The others, too, became increasingly disgruntled as the evening progressed. It was as if the new girl had just taught them a lesson. The mood had changed, though. Of course, there was always a sense of anticipation whenever a new act was introduced, and everyone more or less rallied around the newcomer until it became clear whether she would prove herself and a good colleague or not. It wasn't the first time the boss had been interested in a female artist.
but he had always remained himself. And most of the time, it was the girl who was pitied.
This time, however, a foreign element had crept into the Monaco, and only Celita had sensed the danger from the beginning. "It's time, Marie-Lou. Tell Ketty Sabusake." "Yes, madame." Madame Florence was less abrupt, less bossy, and suddenly you felt the need to be friendly with her. Leon occasionally sat down at the table with guests, bought a glass or a bottle for a journalist or the police inspector, but never had you seen him stay in one seat for 2 hours, unconcerned about the 1,000 details he usually kept an eye on, contrary to what you might have expected. There was hardly any discussion of this upstairs, as they were getting dressed or undressed, on the iron staircase, or in the storeroom, nor was there any exchange of jokes, such as the situation might have prompted. It was more like a feeling of unease weighing on everyone, perhaps because they felt they couldn't cope with what was happening, and apart from the natural concern they felt, everyone was embarrassed. Would one of them be kicked out now that there was a new, permanent act? The weakest of them all was Ketty. They let her perform first, even when everyone wasn't back in their seats. However, Ketty had been there the longest, and as an entertainer, she was the most brazen. Moreover, but this wasn't discussed, she was willing to go to the hotel with any guest after the show, or to arrange to meet them the next day. Was Marie-Lou the more vulnerable because, despite fines and Madame Florence's constant reminders, they couldn't get her to wash regularly and take her clothes to the dry cleaners? She had the advantage of being good-natured, the only one who never had a bad day, and that she could handle a hopelessly drunk just as well as a guest who came to tell their life story. Natasha's statuesque nudity in the photo display case attracted the most customers, and Celita had been the prestige act so far, as she was the only real dancer. In other words, the Monaco wasn't just a vulgar romp where women undressed, but a cabaret with an artistic standard. "It'll probably be me," she said to Marie-Lou, who was standing lost in thought at the door with the viewing window. Marie-Lou obviously had the same worries, because she simply said, "More likely me." They had been sharing a secret since that morning. Marie-Lou had returned early in the morning because her Swiss husband, with his fear of the staff, had woken her up at 6 o'clock as usual. She had been in the bathroom for almost a quarter of an hour, as she had had 3 abortions,
and the last one had almost gone wrong. So she was now taking thorough precautions.
Celita had vaguely heard her go to bed in her sleep. Later, the alarm clock rang. Marie-Lou made coffee, and when the table was set and the dining room was somewhat tidy, she came into the bedroom and pulled on Celita's bedsheet. "Get out of here, you lazy piece of shit," she cried cheerfully, although she usually barely had time to open her teeth before drinking coffee. Celita had finally opened her eyes and understood. Marie-Lou, in her flowered dressing gown, open over her ample breasts and the black triangle at the bottom of her stomach, had Emile's cap on her head. Well, you pig, what could Celita say? She didn't regret what she'd done. Never in her life had she seen such an expression of happiness on a person's face as she had seen on Emile's tonight. As he left, he had awkwardly kissed both her hands and stammered, "Thank you, and forgive me." Forgive me for what? He said something quite unexpected. Something that would later recur in her mind, that it's only me, the good boy. When she'd arrived at the Monaco with the others that evening, he'd possessed that tact so rare in men, not to look at her conspicuously, to act as if nothing had happened between them. It was also nice of Marie-Lou not to tease her for long. She immediately became serious again and explained, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." She told her that she'd once had a completely unexpected encounter with the boy. One afternoon, when she'd gone to the Monaco to pick up a dress and the boss wasn't there. It had been in the storeroom, among the bottles and the paper hats, while on the other side of the door with the window, the two old women were sweeping up the streamers. It was clear to Marie-Lou that the whole thing had a different meaning for Celita than it did for her. One thing had to be said for her: she was modest. She placed herself at the bottom of the ladder and considered herself merely a jack of all trades who preferred to earn her living by undressing in front of people rather than cleaning pots and scrubbing floors. She respected Natasha because she read serious books, and she sensed a certain education in her. Celita, however, stood even higher in her eyes. Not only did she have a famous father, she was also a trained dancer who had performed on major stages in Paris. Ketty, like her, was a common girl, having spent her childhood in a poor village in Savoy. But, as she liked to proclaim, she was for equality for all, and no one particularly impressed her. Neither the rich nor the educated. Doctors were an exception. she unconsciously held the deepest reverence for them, perhaps because she placed them in the place of priests, for whom her Catholic childhood had left her with nothing but hatred. It was 12:30 a.m. when the journalist left. The owner accompanied him to the door and stayed outside with him for a while. Then he returned and went to the cash register, little embarrassed at having to account to his wife. He had barely begun when he frowned. For an American officer in civilian clothes had sat down at Maud's table and started talking to her. Celida later learned from Ludo what Leon had said to Madame Florence. Julien Bia agrees with me. He thinks she's sensational and advises me to sign a long-term contract with her. Madame Florence had replied, most of them are sensational the first few nights. There was some truth to that, or rather, they were either good or nothing. Some panicked and fell over. Others won the game precisely because of their clumsiness, because of the excitement they felt when they saw the audience and which was communicated to them. It was only when they tried to put on a proper act that the difficulties began, and so few managed to overcome them that the nightclub owners hardly knew how to redesign their programs. But how could Leon not be optimistic after his island trip? She's got it. She's a much more intelligent girl than I assumed. What's deceptive is her shyness. Do you know what she said to Bia? The important thing is that the audience has the impression that they're not watching an artist performing her act, but rather surprising a woman in her private sphere. And then she added, since I'm not an artist and completely inexperienced, it won't be difficult for me unless the experience comes naturally without your help, replied our friend Bia, who isn't stupid either. To which she replied, I will make sure to remain who I am, not to change my way of life or my attitude. It was 1:30 a.m. when Ludo told Celida about this conversation. The manager had gone home because she had reportedly been in pain all evening, leaving the restaurant under her husband's sole supervision, which was rare. It was unclear whether it was a strategic retreat, a naive attempt to scare Leon, but the fact was that Madame Florence had been looking poorly for some time and was being treated by a gynecologist. The matter with Maud had gone much further than anyone could have imagined, and at the moment it was impossible to determine which of the two, she or Leon, had come up with the brilliant idea. So, as Leon told his wife, Maud had said to the journalist, I will be careful to remain who I am, not to change my way of life or my attitude. Julien Bia had looked around with a hint of irony and said, "That won't be easy if you spend your nights here." He raised his glass and added, "Eshesa," and drank champagne and whiskey with the guests. Didn't Maud demonstrate something like genius when she replied, "That's why I'm going to ask Madame Florence for permission not to do that. It's in her interest as well as mine. I'm useless in the ballroom or at the bar because I'm not an entertainer. And when the guests see me in that role, they no longer believe in the character I want to present. You understand, have to remain an ordinary young girl." As she said this, she must have given the boss a conspiratorial look. Either he had the idea, or she had. And in that case, it was dangerous. How could the stupid rooster not be flattered if she avoided contact with other men? What exactly had happened between them on the island? Selida was tempted to assume that nothing had happened at all. Maud had most likely played the pathetic creature who had had two, no, three. The one in Marseille to add to that bad sexual experiences, who felt abused and defiled, and who needed time to forget. Time, patience, and tenderness. Cleverly orchestrated. Selita couldn't help but remark it. "You saw it coming. I'm beginning to wonder if it wouldn't have been better for everyone if Inspector Moselli had locked her up without hesitation." What did Madame Florence reply? "You didn't decide anything, and that was the right thing for the boss to do." She then talked about her stomachache and announced that she probably wouldn't last until the end. That, too, was a clever maneuver, because there are situations where it's better to withdraw. She had been disruptive at the box office, and her husband inevitably got the impression she was monitoring him, and he resented that. Don't men have a need to feel free? Whatever illness she had come at the right time. After the second performance, Maud didn't sit in the auditorium again. She came down the iron stairs with her hat on her head and her handbag like someone who wasn't part of the business, and Leon accompanied her out onto the street. He didn't go back to the hotel with her. However, he came right back, went behind the counter, visibly worried, and called his apartment. Is that you?" he asked in a subdued voice. "How are you feeling? Did you turn on the heating pad?" "There's nothing special here. No." "Wait a minute." He scanned the room. "About 20 guests left. We'll be closing early." She didn't ask about Maud, and he finally added himself. to reassure her. I sent the little girl home. She couldn't go on. A double scotch. Ludo. Selita called out loudly. Do you really think so, mademoiselle? She nodded. Gloom had overcome her. It wasn't so much sadness as discouragement and weariness. It enraged her that someone like Leon, who considered himself a real man, whom she had considered a real man, could get into such a state because of a petty schemer. Once again, she felt an injustice being done to her, because, just as Leon was today, she would have wanted him just the way he was, but differently, with more dignified means, and for herself. She knew she was a real woman, a real female, and with her, it would have been no shame if he had fallen in love. Even if he had fallen so much in love that he lost his clarity and dignity. That was the game. It was only natural. They would have become an uncompromising couple. They had already begun to become one, a passionate couple. Two who tore each other apart, only to then cling to each other even more, who measured their pride against each other and brought each other to their knees. He had understood this so well that he was sometimes afraid of her, afraid of being swept into an abyss into which she sometimes gave him the desire to sink with her. Had Florence disappeared? That wasn't the case. She was sure of that. All she needed was time. Time to rid him of an aging, troublesome companion. What did it matter, weren't they all three predators? And do predators spare each other? May the best man win, athletes say, and she was convinced she was the best man. He had never seemed so foolish as he did tonight, acting as if he felt rejuvenated, as if he were beside himself with happiness. He didn't know what to do. In fact, he was already missing his wife, or rather, her reassuring presence at the cash register. It couldn't escape him that everyone at the Monaco was secretly eyeing him and exchanging worried glances at one another, including Jules, the bald waiter with the drowsy eyes of a hunting dog. I've had enough. I tell you, Ludo, Selita declared, draining her glass. Have something to sleep on at home. Then tomorrow you'll be better. She looked the boss up and down and mocked. Tomorrow? Do you really think so? Leon heard her order another double scotch, and it hadn't escaped him that she'd already had one and had had quite a few with the guests. Would he forbid her from drinking any more, or order Ludo to stop serving her? She looked at him defiantly, trying to force a reaction, ready to start an argument right then and there. because she was about to explode, he chose to pretend he didn't notice, went into the storeroom, and came back with cardboard hats, which weren't usually handed out at this late hour because the guests no longer needed them. Do you see that? You have to be careful. Mademoiselle Celita, you know, when I was young, I worked at the zoo in Vincennes, and at certain times it was forbidden to go into the males' cages, not even to clean them. And 2 or 3 weeks later, they'd suddenly be as gentle as lambs again, gentler than before, as if they were apologizing. She didn't even have to laugh. Natasha, whose companion had just left, came over and looked at her watch. 1 more hour, and my feet already hurt so much. It's my nerves that hurt, and I've decided to get drunk. Celita replied, Do you think that will make it better? Do you know the latest news? What? So much is happening right now. Yesterday, they would have liked to scratch their eyes out, and now they saw themselves in the same camp. Only they were reacting differently. Celita began with a trace of resentment in her voice. Your protege, huh? She thought for a moment. Excuse me. It's fine. It's been a long time since I last protected anyone. Everyone should take care of their own business. You're talking about Maud. Tomorrow, her name will be in the newspaper in such large print. I know. But what you don't know yet is that she won't be coming down to the ballroom except for her act. Natasha turned to Ludo in disbelief, who confirmed it with a nod. The things don't happen. That's all you're saying. I don't care much. If they want me to leave, I can always go to Geneva. And as for you, it would be better if you stopped drinking. It only makes you more and more agitated. And then you do something stupid. It hadn't been difficult to guess. Celita's nerves were so frayed that she needed a scene to release them. An argument, something violent that would allow her to vent the anger that had been building up inside her and threaten to suffocate her. Why don't you call in sick and go to bed with 2 Veronals? The same advice as Ludo's earlier. Celita regretted that the Comte wasn't there. She could have let off steam on him. He annoyed her just enough to serve as an outlet for her anger. After distributing a few hats, Léon went out to Émile's to smoke a cigarette, as he often did as the evening drew to a close. Celita was still furiously wondering what she could possibly do, and went so far as to look for a victim among the guests. But there were only a few couples left, and they were preoccupied with themselves. She had a terrible urge to go out without her coat, march past the boss, straight to the Hotel de la Poste, and knock on Maud's door. Open up, you beast. If the other didn't get out of bed right away and open it, Celita would make a hell of a racket on the landing. Come in and close the door. Now, what about us? Would Maud still dare to play the poor weak creature and lower her eyelashes over her deceptively innocent eyes? Celita would use her fists, would dig her nails into the soft, all too white hair. Digging flesh, she had to hurt someone until they screamed and begged for mercy. You're not going to get him. Do you finally get it? Answer me, you slut. Hey, answer me, you dirty whore. I told you to answer. She ran her hand over her forehead and looked at Ludo. He thought she was going to ask for another drink and shook his head. Do you know her address in Bergerac? All I know is that her mother is a postal worker there. Is her name really Leroy? She had forgotten the scene she had witnessed through the hatch when the new girl showed Leon her ID and he half aloud read her last name. If she couldn't go to the Hotel de la Poste and fight her, there was still another possible revenge. When Marie-Lou and Celita left half an hour later, Marie-Lou asked in surprise, "Where are we going?" To the telegraph office. One counter was always open all night. Celita wrote on a form with a scratchy quill, Madame Leroy, postal clerk, Bergerac, Dordogne. She thought for a while and then wrote underneath, "Your daughter Maud hired as a stripper at the Monaco in Cannes." The signature, the clerk asked without batting an eyelid after reading the text. She wrote down the first name that came to mind, Caroline Dubois. That was all they wanted from her. Marie-Lou had discreetly stopped at the entrance. "Are you sure you didn't just do something stupid?" Celita laughed maliciously. "Oh, the way things are with me. One more stupid thing or less. You don't happen to feel like getting drunk, do you?" "No." "If you want to go for another drink, go. But I'm going to bed." It wasn't so much alcohol that Celita craved. It was something else, something vague, that desperately demanded gratification. She undressed in silence. The bedroom seemed drab and impersonal than ever, with a purposive ugliness that wasn't even aggressive. Contrary to her usual habit, she went to bed naked, without brushing her teeth. And this time, Marie-Lou went to bed after her and turned out the light. Good night. Good nights. Minutes passed, and suddenly, Celita knew what she longed for, almost painfully, for a man. Any man, no matter who it was. Only one who would knock her down, who would hurt her, who would drain her nerves. Perhaps because she had drunk so much and the images were already confusing her mind on the threshold of sleep. She resolved to put on only her coat, nothing underneath, run out into the street, grab the first person she saw, and ask him to rescue her. Last night, she hadn't had any desire for it at all, and Emile had been there, outside the half-open window and the closed shutters. She heard footsteps, bicycles passing by, men returning from the night shift or on their way to their day jobs. She stared into the darkness with her eyes wide open, her body stiff, her nipples aching, and her teeth clenched so hard they ground together. After a while, Mary Lou's sleepy voice asked from the next bed, "What's wrong?" A cry, "Nothing, do you hear? I have nothing, And suddenly, limp, as if drained, she collapsed, sobbing. Chapter 6. Without prior consultation, all three had chosen the simplest and most inconspicuous dresses from their wardrobe and worn barely any makeup. It was as if they were trying to behave in the garden, where they believed they were being watched, like young girls returning from high mass. Natasha had arrived first and waited for the others in the narrow, sloping street. Monsieur Léon's old Pontiac was parked there behind the surgeon's long, low, bright red sports car. At the questioning glances of her colleagues, Natasha had told them, "You started a quarter of an hour ago. It seems we can wait here in the garden, but we probably won't hear much more this morning unless something unusual happens." They stood in front of the Esterel Clinic, located in an ancient, quiet neighborhood where only dogs and cats roamed the streets, divided into light and shadow by the sun. And winery workers rinsed bottles opposite. The garden, with its light gravel paths, was shaded by trees, each with leaves a different shade of green, and chickens clucked behind a wire mesh on the back wall. It was rare for them to be out at this time of day, especially together. It wasn't even mid-morning yet, and they had slept very little. Almost all the clinic's windows were open, and the patients, men and women in light blue striped cotton dressing gowns, took turns coming to the open windows to observe them. Celita was the palest and most worried of the three. During the 10 days that Madame Florence was here for observation, undergoing repeated examinations, X-rays, and analyses, she had come here almost every afternoon during visiting hours, and the premises were familiar to her. She knew that the ground floor was for postpartum women, And 2 days earlier, she had been in the corridor when the woman in room 6 was brought back to her room, followed by a nurse in a bloody apron carrying a baby. The curtain at the window sometimes billowed in the wind, and when it opened, one could see the bed through the gap. The mother lying motionless and relaxed in it. The white carnations on the bedside table, and in the background, the child's ornate crib. Directly above room 6 were frosted glass windows, and behind these panes, the boss was undergoing surgery. Natasha, too, didn't feel comfortable in her own skin. She supposedly sat up in bed at the last moment when they took her away on the stretcher and screamed that she didn't want to die, that she'd changed her mind and would rather die in peace. And she fought so hard that they had to give her 2 injections. The sky was blue, the air warm and mild. Birds chirped in the trees, and a not-so-shy blackbird hopped around on the lawn, casting cheeky glances at the girls as if to tease them. "Where is he?" asked Selita. "I think there's a small room upstairs, next to the operating room, for the relatives who are waiting. I didn't see him. When I arrived, his car was already there." They heard footsteps on the gravel path and saw Francine hurrying up. In her blue suit, a white hat perched on her golden blonde hair. "It's Thursday, and I couldn't find anyone to look after Pierrot," she explained. "He has the day off school, and I couldn't take him with me either." "What did you do with him then?" "He's playing in the street, where hardly any cars pass, and the milkwoman is watching him through the shop window." She, too, looked up at the frosted glass window. "What is it?" She realized that the others knew nothing either, and that all they could do was wait. After a while, she asked Natasha, "Have you heard anything from Ketty?" "No, only that she was seen in Nice. Since the third person has told me, it must be true." Against all expectations, Ketty had become Maud's first victim when Madame Florence wasn't yet in the hospital and was still running the cash register at the Monaco, at least for part of the night. Had the manager perhaps already given up by then? It was obvious that she was seriously ill. And it was all the more dramatic because it had happened suddenly and quite quickly, and also because it had coincided with the incident with Maud. Selita knew, however, that it had only seemed so sudden. Florence had confessed it to her in her hospital bed. "I've been expecting for a long time that one day I'll have to die," she had confided in a depressed voice. "That's why I didn't want to go to the doctor." I've always had abdominal pain, so to speak, and I haven't been able to sleep for months. I couldn't sleep with Leon anymore. It hurt so much. Less than 2 weeks had been enough to turn her not just into a sick person, but into a wasted, ageless, pathetic creature with sagging skin, oversized, feverishly shining eyes that stared at you as if they wanted to ask a terrible question. They won't tell me what it is, but after all the tests they've done on me, I know it's cancer and that I'll never recover. Poor Leon. It was him she pitied. She wasn't angry with him. She was only sorry she couldn't be with him to protect him. It was at such a time that the girl had to come to us. He doesn't know what to do anymore. He's ashamed. He hardly dares to look at me, but he can't bring himself to tear himself away from her either. There were long pauses of silence during which she stared at the ceiling. Basically, he's a weak man, and a little later, like all men. If anything happens to me, he'll be terribly unhappy, because he'll be haunted for the rest of his life by the thought that it was his fault. That might be true for the future, but for now, Celita was convinced. Leon wouldn't have been sad to be rid of his wife. He didn't admit it to himself. He certainly pushed the thought away whenever it crossed his mind. Still, it would make things easier. So, he struggled with problems. But contrary to what one might have expected, the adversities only brought him closer to Maud instead of distancing him from her. And who knows, maybe it was even her he was thinking about while he waited upstairs for the results of the operation. Maud, of course, hadn't come. He'd left while she was still asleep, because these days he spent his nights with her at the Luxor, an old hotel palace on the Croisette that had been converted into an apartment building a few years ago. In the afternoons, the young girl could be seen sitting on the balcony, sunbathing, drinking fruit juice, and playing the gramophone. She had 3 bright and cheerful rooms overlooking the sea and the beach, and she only came downstairs to swim in her bathrobe. Was Ketty responsible for what happened that evening? After the article appeared in the Nice Matin, and the place was packed. She was sitting at one of the front tables with a middle-aged man who had the appearance and manners of a cattle dealer or a wealthy farmer, and was already quite drunk. Wasn't it Ketty's job to encourage the guests to drink? The second performance was in progress, and Maud had stayed upstairs after the first, sitting reading in a wicker chair that had been placed in the dressing room for her. It had been one of those evenings when,
For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere was more charged than usual. Glasses were broken at the bar, and excited heckles had accompanied the flashes of lightning that accompanied Ketty's routine. Ketty had just come back down from upstairs and returned to her table, and the massive, thick-veined hand of her companion was kneading her thigh. Maud was clearly struggling that evening to fall into a trance, as it had been called ever since the journalist had used that expression in his article. And that was precisely the delicate point of her routine, which threatened to fail if one didn't feel it vibrate. She knelt, almost completely naked, bent backward, holding her breasts in both hands, and began to sway to the rhythm of the music, her eyes pained, her mouth twisted with effort. Many spectators were gripped, holding their breath, but tonight there were some on whom the spell didn't work, and Maud felt it. So did Giannini, who signaled to his musicians. A minute or half a minute would have been enough to secure the success after all, when Ketty's companion stood up to get a better look, as if at a fair, and called out in a ragged voice, "Shall I help you, little one?" In an instant, the spell vanished, the spell broken, and the entire audience erupted in laughter, while Maud, disconcerted, tried to stand up and fell awkwardly on her side. Leon rushed forward, red with anger. Afterward, he spent a long time with Maud in the dressing room. One could hear her crying, and he spoke softly to her in an almost pleading tone. When he came back downstairs, he wore his bad weather face and, against all the house rules, called out loudly across the hall, "Ketty!" except for the cattle dealer, who remained seated and waited for her to return. Everyone understood what was going on. When Ketty re-entered the hall, she had her coat on, her clothes over her arm, and her shoes in her hand, and Madame Florence, with the man who had spoken to Leon in the meantime, handed her an envelope. "Goodbye, girls." She allowed herself the luxury of calling out before leaving. She slept that night in the apartment she shared with Natasha. But the next day, she left for Geneva, as she said, where they were supposedly just waiting for her. As far as anyone had heard since then, she hadn't even gone to Geneva. She had been seen several times on the streets of Nice, around Avenue de la Victoire. How had Leon kept his composure during all this time and still found time to devote himself to his new love? Everything happened simultaneously. The next day, Madame Florence arrived at the clinic, and an hour later, Leon received a summons to report to the police station. Celita had once again followed a bad idea, for her telegram had as little effect as her call to the police. When Leon appeared before the inspector, he had a long letter from Maud's mother in front of him, demanding that her daughter be returned to her. Of course, little was known about what went on behind the scenes. In any case, Maud only appeared one evening, the day Leon was at the inspectorate, and the following day, the inspector was seen going to a lawyer. Ludo, who knew his stuff, claimed since she's over 18, no action can be taken against her or the inspector. 2 days later, Madame Leroy arrived in Cannes at 3 in the afternoon and, not knowing her daughter's address, went to the Monaco, where the cleaning ladies were busy, kicking up clouds of dust. Emile welcomed her and later described her to Celita, a simple, rather fat woman, very small, dressed in black as if she were in mourning, and with a mustache. She had just finished looking at the photo of Maud in the display case and was still seething with indignation. So it's true she's doing this, my daughter, whom I raised like a... She behaved so ridiculously that no one even felt sorry for her. And later, she even asked Emile, how much do they pay her to do this? Emile had called the boss at home to tell him. And when he couldn't reach anyone, he tried the clinic, and finally the Hotel de la Poste, where Maud was still living at the time. Monsieur Léon, there's a woman here who really wants to speak to you. Let me speak to him myself, cried little Madame Leroy, trying to snatch the receiver from Emile. But no, Madame, he's coming. It's his mother, Chief. But I've been telling her all along that you're coming. Leon was particularly worried, wondering whether Emile had revealed Maud's address, and a few minutes later he came running up, his tie askew. Beforehand, he had quickly called his lawyer, who also arrived shortly afterward. Since they couldn't talk in peace in the bar because the 2 cleaning ladies were still there, the 3 of them went to the lawyer who lived in Square Merry-Me, across from the casino. No one knew what had passed between them, except about an hour later, Maud was called and joined them. What had happened? What deal had been made? In any case, Madame Leroy was never seen again at the Monaco. She had left by train that same evening. If the boss had guessed who had sent the telegram,
He hadn't said anything. And besides, Madame Leroy would have found out what her daughter was doing even without the telegram, because a Parisian weekly published not one, but 5 photos of Maud in its next issue, including the one of ecstasy, as it was called in the text, which told the novelistic story of the young girl who discovered her vocation for striptease. Ketty's departure had already left a void. The fact that Madame Florence was no longer at the cash register created a general feeling of unease, and people suddenly found themselves speaking quietly and tiptoeing. The final blow, which seemed to destroy any hope of a return to their former routine, was Maud's move to the Luxor and the kind of ceremony that accompanied her comings and goings from then on. She no longer appeared before midnight, a few minutes before her performance. The boss always left the Monaco in good time and picked her up in his car. He had bought her a white coat at the branch of a major Parisian fashion house, which, in keeping with her role, she took off at the entrance and handed to Francine. What upset Celita most was the shy, almost humble expression Maud wore in the hall, both in front of the guests and the other girls and staff. Everyone was exaggeratedly stiff, as if she were apologizing for being there at all. Then, since she didn't have to change, she sat down in her seat and waited for her number, and she never failed to clap when Celita, who was ahead of her, finished her act. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the management of the Monaco has the pleasure and the honor. She didn't always stay in the dressing room between her acts. Sometimes she went to the casino, alone or with Léon. Monsieur Léon, knowing that his wife would need weeks, if not months, to recover, had summoned his sister, whom no one had ever heard of, a rather attractive woman, somewhat plump but appetizing, not unlike him in many ways. She ran a cafe with her husband in Le Havre near the docks, as was evident from the way she sat behind the cash register, only from her rough voice, which had a vulgar undertone, and from little things that women like those at the Monaco don't miss. Did they guess that she had once earned her living in a different way? She didn't say. Like Florence, Mesdemoiselles, ça, but with feigned good-naturedness. Well then, my pretty ones, she had been on familiar terms with them from the very first day. You there, redhead, hurry up. Oh. The redhead was Celita, while Natasha was the hot shot and Marie-Lou was the fat one. She had a child, a boy Pierrot's age, and she got along well with Francine, for as soon as the opportunity arose, they talked about measles and vermicompost. Celita had neither left nor caused any scenes, as Natasha, in particular, had expected and Ludo had feared. She had to keep herself in check, of course, but she was careful not to get into a fight with Leon or the new favorite, which didn't mean she'd given up. A certain trust, even a kind of intimacy, had developed between her and Florence. Nevertheless, the two women spoke little during Celita's almost daily visits to the clinic, perhaps because they didn't need many words to understand each other. Leon didn't hide everything from his wife. By the way, he even told her more than Celita assumed. And so she first learned about the apartment at the Luxor from Florence. I think he's right. He couldn't leave her at the Hotel de la Poste. Do you know he's very unhappy? Was Florence being deceived? Was her illness causing her to lose all clarity and all feminine instinct? You might not believe me, but it's true. There's an age when men are defenseless. And sometimes, precisely those who always thought they were the safest. That can happen to women, too. By the way, she paused to gently reprimand Celita. Why did you bring flowers again? He sends me so many that the nun doesn't know what to do with them. He wants to ease his conscience. You understand? He loves me. I know that. But it's simply stronger than he is. After a long silence, she added, You almost made it, too. And I would have been more afraid with you. When she heard the boss talk like that, in the dull and monotonous voice of a nun, Celita felt discouraged, because now she was the only one left fighting. Another time, Florence had said, He knows that you're all against him, and that worries him, especially with you. Did he say that? Did he talk about me? Florence avoided being more explicit, and Celita suspected she was lying. She could well imagine what prompted her to speak to her like that. Even if she hadn't been ill, it might have occurred to her to join her in fighting their common enemy, even if the battle between them raged again afterwards. Wasn't that what Celita thought? She had read in Florence's eyes the evening Maud appeared. Now that she was out of the picture for a while, or perhaps forever, she didn't want Celita to give up. If anyone was going to take Leon away from her, dead or alive, it certainly wouldn't be Maud. It's tragic for a man like that, you know, to get this far. And it's tearing him apart. Yesterday, He was sitting on the chair you're sitting on now and suddenly started crying. He held my hand and begged me for forgiveness. Selita dug her fingernails into her palms to keep from crying out in anger. Now, as she waited in the garden with her colleagues and thought of the open abdomen up there on the operating table, she heard again the last words Florence had said yesterday when the bell announced the end of visiting hours. Go now, who knows if I'll ever see you again. Don't be too hard on him. You'll see. He'll be fine. One day, Florence had only spoken like that to her. And wasn't that something like a testament? She had merely asked Marie-Lou, Natasha, and Francine questions that proved she never stopped preoccupied with the Monaco. She wanted to know how many people had been there when it was closed, and presumably Leon's sister, Alice, brought her the accounts every day. Natasha had spoken to the head nurse, who lived in the same apartment building as her. She hadn't left her alone, repeatedly asking how the tests had turned out, whether it was uterine cancer, and without answering directly, the nurse had made a vague gesture and sighed. This is taking a long time, groaned Marie-Lou. What do you think? Is that a good sign? Some operations take 2 or 3 hours, even longer, answered Natasha, who knew a thing or two about everything. It all depends on what they find. A small, emaciated old man with a sun-tanned head was leaning against a second-story window. He was wearing the blue-striped dressing gown of the sick, and he had waved to them 2 or 3 times. Do you know who that is? Asked Selita. I think I know him, replied Marie-Lou, but I don't want to look up and stare. Let's go down the avenue, and I'll take a look when we get back. On the way, she gave a quick wave to the second-story crowd. Who is it? You don't know him. That was before you were here. He runs a wholesale grocery store on Rue d'Antibes with his 2 sons, both married with children. He's a sweetheart. I always called him Grandpa. He liked that just a year ago. He came twice a week, always on the same days. He only drank mineral water because he had to diet, but he always bought Lulu and me a bottle of champagne. You didn't know Lulu either. She went to Morocco and married someone she met through an ad. One evening, the good old man saw one of his sons come in, quickly disappeared into the storage room, and hid there for almost 2 hours. He always left at midnight, whether the numbers were through or not, because that's when the brasserie closed, where he supposedly always played cards. In this way, they tried not to constantly think about what was going on behind the frosted glass windows. And whenever they passed room 6, where the young mother was now breastfeeding her baby, they always paused for a moment. "And if Florence dies," Marie-Lou began. "Don't say that," Francine snapped at her, and Salita also quickly made an imploring sign.
"You're right. We don't even want to think about that, so."
Suddenly, all 4 of them thought of it, not only out of pity for Florence, but also because it was about their livelihood. Would Leon alone continue to run the Monaco? And if he did, given his current behavior, wasn't it likely that he would soon have to close down? Celita suspected that Ludo was following the course of events with great interest and had designs on the Monaco for him. It might be an opportunity to become self-employed. He was divorced and had a grown son who was currently completing his military service. If Celita, in whom he always expressed obvious interest, were skillfully maneuvering, she immediately dismissed the thought, not only because it wasn't the right moment. Now that Florence was on the operating table, but because she knew it wouldn't work. Security wasn't what she was primarily seeking. That came second. The essential thing was that she no longer wanted to live without a man, that she had decided Leon would be that man, and that she refused to give him up.
There was someone who recognized this better than her colleagues and even than Florence. And strange as it might seem, this someone had never had a proper conversation with her and barely knew her.
It was the Comte de Despierres, who had appeared more often lately and always sat at the bar, observing everything with his provocative smile. Celita had convinced herself that he came for her because he only ever offered her a drink. He asked few questions, and they were brief and cynical. Did he get his information from Ludo, with whom she sometimes saw him chatting across the bar? The other day, for example, he had asked, still alive, "Are you talking about the boss?" She had replied sharply, "At least that would get one of them out of the way, wouldn't it?" She hated him, and yet she couldn't resist his invitation to sit next to him. How far along are the lovers? Already at the jewelry. She's too smart for that. But she still doesn't want to sit at the cash register. As you can see, how do you know that? I watch her, just like I watch you. That's enough for me. Because you're so intelligent. Aren't you superior intelligence? I'm not so sure. But I know women, for them, the boss of the Monaco is just a stepping stone. He helps her take the first steps because those are the hardest. She knows she still lacks the necessary polish, and that if she wants to ascend further, she needs something like a halo. The halo made her laugh. Let's say a more or less piquant past, a wardrobe, some jewelry, the casino card, and undoubtedly a car. Celita looked at him wide-eyed, struck by how true what he said was, and he continued in a casual tone, like a conjurer about to perform some card tricks. At 32, he gestured to the cash register with his cigarette. That seat might be tempting. Not at 19. At 19. You consider something like that a first-class funeral because you imagine you have much better chances. He stubbed out his cigarette in the advertising ashtray, and she has better ones. She wondered if Leon, who was frowning at her from across the room, suspected that he was being indirectly referred to avoid letting the Comte notice that he impressed her. She murmured indifferently, "I didn't know you were a fortune teller." It wasn't until the day after that she understood his prediction, not without feeling a deep sense of humiliation. Curiously, the nervous tension she'd been living with since Maud's arrival was accompanied by a sexual excitement, and when Emile swung himself over the windowsill from the street one afternoon, after Marie-Lou had gone to the beach, she hadn't sent him away. Emile was able to move more freely than before, for the boss no longer came to the Monaco as regularly in the afternoons, and he could sometimes even be seen lying in his bathing suit next to Maud on the beach in front of the Luxor. Celita suspected that, to gain time, Emile was getting rid of some of his brochures by throwing them into the canal. He came often and always brought her news. He was the only one who had been in the apartment at the Luxor, because he had an errand to run, and he had found Leon sitting in his pajamas in a wicker chair, reading the newspaper. He seemed perfectly happy for me to see him, as if he were at home. He even showed me the bedroom and said, "Handsome, isn't he?" Emile was no longer as deeply moved by Celita's willingness to accommodate him as he had been at first, but he expressed his effusive satisfaction. "What a wonderful girl you can be. Really. And what delicate skin you have." Celita was increasingly in the mood for something else. Why shouldn't it work out with the Comte, who both interested and repelled her? The idea of sleeping with him, even though she hated him, appealed to her. She'd thought about it many times, and since he came so often and never bothered about the others, why shouldn't he have thought of it too? One evening, feeling things out, she had inadvertently pressed her breast lightly against his arm and murmured, "You talk a lot about women and know them quite well. but you don't seem to have much to do with them." She hadn't even finished the sentence when, from the smile that lit up the man's face, a palpable sense of relief, she sensed the truth. "Exactly," he replied, narrowing his eyes. "I value women immensely. They are wonderful friends all my life. I've regretted not having a sister. I would be overjoyed, for example, if you would agree to have a cup of tea with me one afternoon on the Croisette." And when the discovery had left her speechless, "When did you guess I was homosexual?" He hadn't said gay, but had used a more sophisticated and yet scientific term. "Are you disappointed?" "Why should I be disappointed? I could be a great friend to you. You are a very complicated being, and what fascinates me about you is that you encompass all vices. I once had a boyfriend." "Eh, thank you. I consider that a compliment." He sensed that a rift had been created, that the spell, if there ever had been one, had been broken. "I beg your pardon. I was wrong." The last thing he said was, "Too bad. He hasn't been seen at the Monaco since." And Celita soon stopped thinking about him. "Do you think we could check if it's over yet?" asked Marie-Lou, longing for her bed. It was 11 o'clock. Florence had been on the operating table for almost 2 hours. Maud was surely asleep. If she wasn't lying in the deck chair on the balcony, gazing at the colorful swimsuits on the beach and watching the sails gliding across the bay. What they didn't know was that Leon stepped out into the corridor on the first floor and approached a nurse who was passing by. "Can you tell me where I can make a phone call?" "Contact the office on the ground floor." In the office, he shyly asked permission to make a phone call and gave the Luxor's phone number, which he knew by heart. He had to speak in front of the secretary. "Is that you?" "Yeah." "No, it's not over yet." "No, no one can tell me what the situation is. The door is closed." His voice dropped to a whisper as he added, "See you later." It sounded so tender that he might as well have said, "Darling." "Are you the one waiting for the patient from 17? "Yes." "Didn't they tell you it would be another hour if you have something to do?" It was a temptation, but he resisted it. As he passed the porch at the foot of the stairs, he spotted the 4 women waiting in the garden and grimly muttered a few unkind words, as if they had come only to disgrace him. Not daring to smoke in the house, he considered lighting a cigarette on the outside steps, but decided against it. It wasn't quite an hour. 40 minutes. And the 4 women were so tired from standing around their feet aching so much that they finally sat down on a bench as if they were in a park, and they hadn't known the clinic had another entrance. And it was Natasha who heard the surgeon's red car drive away, followed immediately by Leon's. "Are you going in?" Selita was sent as a scout. As she walked toward the office, she tried not to look into the rooms, almost all of which were open. "You're here about number 17. "Yes, madame." "No one can see her today, and whether the doctor will allow visitors tomorrow is uncertain, even unlikely. I'd better tell you right away." And the operation, the secretary, whose job it was to enter births, illnesses, and deaths into lists, looked at Selita as if her question were improper. "It's over, of course, but she hasn't woken up from the anesthesia yet, and she'll be asleep until this evening." Is the doctor hopeful? This word, too, didn't have the same meaning for the secretary as it did for ordinary mortals. Perhaps it had no meaning at all, for she looked at Selita with completely expressionless eyes. "It's probably better not to send her flowers now." "Not for now. No. Can't you see her at all? Not even through the crack in the door?" "Absolutely not." "Thank you." She rejoined the others in the garden, all four of them walking toward the front gate, and Marie-Lou remembered to wave to the little old man on the second floor. "Well, nothing, except that she's alive. They say she'll be asleep until tonight." "And what else?" Selita just shrugged, and Marie-Lou said, "Well, I need a drink before I do the same. I'll buy a round." They found a small bar nearby where bull players met in the evenings, and it was empty at this hour. The owner, who was interrupted from sitting in his shirt sleeves in an armchair with his cat on his lap, reading the newspaper, was a little surprised by these unusual guests who, after being denied their usual drinks, opted for a vermouth. It was Marie-Lou again who concluded, "I'm telling you, she'll survive, and you'll see. Before a month is up, she'll be find me again, because the nail polish chipped off my toes, or because I ate garlic. Same thing again." Arthur, Chapter 7. For a long time now, that is, ever since Maud's appearance at the Monaco, Selita had been seeking contact with Léon, and he was eluding her, consciously or unconsciously. When she arrived in the evening and he was already there, he greeted her with the same absent nod as the others, and if he spoke to her once during the night, they were of a business nature. One afternoon, before Florence's operation, he had come to the clinic while Selita was sitting at her bedside.
He kissed his wife on the forehead, stood by the window, and didn't move from the spot until the conversation was over. Every day, she waited for the opportunity to speak to him privately. She had nothing specific to say to him. She didn't expect anything from him at the moment. She just couldn't bear to live with this hostile silence between them. Several times, she had come close to making a scene in front of everyone. It would have been a relief. She would deliberately violate the sacrosanct house rules in front of him, as if to challenge him, stepping outside during the performance to get some fresh air, or if she knew she was being watched, refusing to dance with a regular on the pretext that her feet hurt. She was never alone with him, and it wouldn't have done her any good to go to the Monaco in the afternoon, because she would have had to catch one of the rare days when he was still passing by, and then the cleaning ladies or delivery men would have been there. Natasha left, too, and that brought with it another change in the atmosphere. They all, perhaps even Leon, had a vague feeling that this was the beginning of the end. Sure, the acts had changed from time to time over the years, at more or less frequent intervals, but that was the normal course of program renewal. Whereas now, one was more likely to think of rats abandoning a sinking ship. The thing with Natasha had happened over the course of 2 evenings, completely unexpectedly. At the bar, there was a dark-skinned man of Asian descent who spoke only a few words of French, but, as Natasha said, flawless English without the slightest accent. She kept him company until closing time and, after a small snack at Justin's, took a ride on the sea in a motorboat at dawn. The next evening, he came back as soon as the door opened, sitting there properly and shyly, and Natasha showed the others his photo, which had recently appeared in Nice Matin. He was a real Iranian prince, a cousin of the Shah, who had studied at Cambridge and spent a few weeks in France. In the photo, he was pictured with the prefect who had met him at the plane. As she was getting dressed for the first performance, Natasha had announced, "Do you know what he suggested first? He asked me if I knew Paris well, including the Louvre and the other museums. Then he offered me 100,000 francs, plus all expenses, if I would accompany him for a month as his guide and interpreter. What would you do in my place?" The Iranian had waited for her answer until the second performance, smiling and polite, and every time Natasha joined him, he stood up to push the stool toward her. Finally,
she declared. I said yes. Kids, if it didn't look exactly as it does, I would have hesitated. But like this? When are you leaving? Tomorrow, by car. He's bought an Italian sports car, and an apartment has already been booked at the plaza. Have you told the boss the news yet? Not yet. I'll tell him before I go home. Would Salita, assuming she'd known English, have seized the opportunity? Probably. Natasha was able to escape her milieu overnight, and they found themselves feeling a certain respect for her. Immediately after she left, Leon called Francine over, who was also about to leave. Starting tomorrow, you'll be doing your thing again for a few days. Celita and Marie-Lou were already on their way to the Place du Commandant Maria. They were just about to go to bed when they heard a scratching at the shutter. It was poor Francine, furious, telling them the news. A few months ago, she'd tried striptease twice, and Madame Florence had told her bluntly, "It's better if you take over the dressing room. My poor Francine, you look like a porno picture." That was true. Francine was best able to present herself fully clothed and pass as a charming and appetizing bourgeois kid. However, she resembled the voluptuous nudes one sees in museums, with rosy flesh and not at all unappealing bulges. Unfortunately for her, however, there was the transition from one stage to the next, that is, the moment when she undressed, barely adjusting to the rhythm of the music, and then things got bad. She looked ridiculous, if not downright indecent, and the triangle, whether made of black or pink silk, took on a somewhat offensive quality under her bulging belly. I didn't dare say no. He seemed so depressed, and he said everyone was abandoning him and that he was counting on me. And to Salita, she said, "Do you mind if I come tomorrow so you can give me some more advice?" They were rehearsing a number between the uncovered dining table and the Henri's second buffet until an agency in Paris sent him a new number. Leon had hired an old woman with a gaunt, gloomy face who sold lottery tickets in cafes to replace Francine at the cloakroom. The musicians took advantage of the situation to demand a raise, which the boss granted them, but not without throwing a violent tantrum. And Salita waited for her to catch him in turn, lurking for an opportune moment. One Sunday, Leon was returning from the Luxor, where he had taken Maud by car, and was just stepping onto the sidewalk when he found Salita ostentatiously smoking a cigarette. "What are you doing here?" Emile discreetly moved away a few steps. "I've been waiting for you." She said, "See, you."
as if she were in a bar, even though they were standing outside. Did he sense she was trying to cause a scene? In any case, he walked toward the front door, and when she blocked his way, he made a resigned face and grumbled with a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Do you also want a raise?" "No. I would just like to ask your permission to visit Madame Florence." Madame Florence had stayed in the hospital for another week after the operation and had been taken home by ambulance 3 days ago. Celita hadn't dared to visit her because there she was no longer on neutral territory, but at Florence's home, and only Emile had already been to the apartment on Boulevard Carnot. Léon looked coldly into her eyes. He hesitated, no doubt because he felt it was better to remain silent. But his anger got the better of him. Perhaps also because his conscience was not clear. And he said, "If you're expecting to succeed her, don't bother." Without giving herself time to think, without knowing what she was doing, she had stood up on her high heels, her face contorted, and slapped him. He twisted her wrist, and she spat in his face. "Aren't you ashamed? Tell me, aren't you ashamed?" It was as if she had rediscovered her true nature, her true temperament. "And you bitch, were you perhaps ashamed when you tried by all means to take her place?" He spoke in a subdued voice, aware that only a velvet curtain separated her from the guests, and still twisting her wrist so that it hurt. He said with a hateful look, very close to her face, so close that their breath mingled. "Or should I remind you of everything you've already done and said?" At that moment, he was still on the same level as her. But then he said one sentence, a single one, that forced Celita to lower her eyelids and give up the fight. "Should I remind you about the sleeping pill? You bitch." He realized she'd had her fair share and suddenly let go, not without giving her another shove that nearly sent her crashing against the wall. "Visit Florence as often as you like, but don't imagine you'll ever take her place at the cash register." She didn't cry, avoiding Emile, who was only waiting for a sign to console her. She walked alone toward the end of the street, past the row of parked cars. The whole thing with the sleeping pills had been a mistake. She'd realized that even then, but she never would have believed Léon would dare to point it out to her, because she could have thrown equally unpleasant truths at him in return. In any case, it was a blow, and he certainly wasn't proud of how he'd handled himself. Didn't it show how confused he'd been since Maud had seized him.
It had been last Christmas. The party at the Monaco had lasted until 5:30 a.m., and everyone had drunk a lot, including Celita, and even Leon, who usually stayed sober. Leon had done something that wasn't usually his style, because at least at work, he took his role very seriously. Had Celita been more desirable than usual? Or had the alcohol had its effect? Alls had whispered to her at 4 a.m, when she had nothing left to do in the dressing room since the performances had ended. Go upstairs and wait for me. He had actually followed her there, where all the costumes were still in disarray, and he had an expression on his face that she usually only saw on guests. Our Christmas, just for us, he had whispered in her ear before taking her, keeping an eye on the storeroom through the window in the floor. Had Florence guessed what had happened when they came back down one by one? She simply said a little later, "You should button up your dress, Celita." The next morning, Celita barely remembered how she had gotten home. A guest had driven her home, along with Marie-Lou and another man, in a car. And the car, with its silent occupants, had stood for a long time at the end of the pier in the darkness, through which a light rain shivered. The end of that night had disgusted her, as had the fact that Marie-Lou was already up and alert at 11 o'clock in the morning, putting on perfume, to go to dinner with a friend who was married and lived with her family in Naples. She couldn't go back to sleep, gripped by a depression she had rarely experienced. She had never felt so dirty, physically or morally. And even if she didn't remember everything, she knew that all she had to do was open her purse to find the crumpled 10,000-franc note she had almost begged from her last gentleman. People walked by outside. Families, their children leading the way hand in hand, were returning from Mass, and the warm scent of turkey or black pudding must have filled the houses. Marie-Lou had left the dining room shutter open when she left, and from her bed, Celita saw through the open door a gray rectangle with rain pouring down. She tried to go back to sleep. She had a headache. Her whole body ached. She was ashamed of herself and afraid of the future, which promised to be little better than the past or the present. She tossed and turned in bed, her pillow damp. Finally, she got up to drink a glass of water and saw the sleeping pill she occasionally took on the bathroom counter. She took 2 pills, hoping she might finally fall asleep again and stop thinking. But instead of numbing her as usual, the pill put her into a dull twilight state. She tried in vain to descend deeper into the twilight. Again and again she returned, not quite to the surface, but in intermediate layers that were dim and hopeless, like the gray rectangle of rain. Her thoughts blurred, yet without becoming unreal like a dream. They even had a certain clarity of thought. Since she was disgusted with herself, since life had neither given her, nor ever would give her, anything good or enjoyable, why not simply throw it away? At the Monaco, Leon had taken her like a whore, and what she had done afterward had also been the behavior of a whore. Was she going to end up there at 32 with no chance of rising, but with the best chance of sinking ever deeper until she ended up in the gutter? If she had taken 4 sleeping pills instead of 2, or 6, or 8, she wouldn't be in pain. She would fall asleep. And tonight, Leon would realize too late what he had lost. She imagined Marie-Lou coming home, screaming, the landlady rushing over in horror, the police and the doctor being called. Leon would also rush over. Florence would have pangs of conscience, would she? And later at the cabaret, there would be awkward whispers. Then would come the funeral. The entire staff would follow the coffin, including the musicians. People would stop and say, "That's the little girl who danced at the Monaco." Afterward, she always repressed the memory of that afternoon. If it hadn't been Christmas, if it hadn't been raining, if she hadn't gotten drunk the night before, and if it hadn't been for the incident in the car at the end of the pier, probably nothing would have happened. Why? On top of all that, did Marie-Lou have to go to a real family's house for dinner? Celita was alone in the world, in a not-so-clean bed, staring at the window, unable to find peace in her sleep. And then a thought surfaced in her mind that must have seemed absurd to anyone in their right mind. She had only taken 2 pills, but it could have been more. No one could verify. Didn't she want to touch Leon above all else when she thought about dying? It was all not so clear, but it was still essentially what she was thinking. Even if Leon only learned that she was dying, didn't that amount to the same thing? Only she could still benefit from it. It was easy, provided the details and the staging were well thought out, and that kept her busy for almost an hour. Then, with a pitiful expression and staggering, which wasn't difficult for her, she went to the door of the elderly landlady who lived alone at the other end of the hall and knocked. When she opened it, she stood leaning against the door frame in a theatrical pose and managed to utter with difficulty, "Call Mr. Tourmare immediately and tell him that I'm very ill, that I'm afraid I'm going to die." At the Monaco, people almost always addressed each other by their first names. But Leon also had a family name. "Do you have his phone number? You can find it in the phone book. He lives." She staggered as she let go of the door frame, and the old woman had to support her as she carried her back to her bed. "Can I help you with anything?" And yet the landlady didn't like her. She and Marie Lou, because of the underwear they always hung by the window, which often caused arguments. "Hello, Mr. Tourmare. This is the landlady of Mademoiselle Perrin." Excuse me. He, too, was unfamiliar with the surname Striptease, although he occasionally read it in his papers. Madame Florence knew it better, as she had to enter it on her Social Security papers every month. "Then Mademoiselle Celita, good. She says she's very ill, that she's dying, and she wants you to come immediately." So it wasn't quite like that. The landlady was exaggerating, and Celita was already beginning to regret her antics. "He's coming. Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere. Especially here." She pointed to her stomach, her belly. "I'll make you a hot water bottle." It only took Leon a quarter of an hour to get there. He was very worried. "What happened?" She pointed at the old woman and begged in a weak voice, "Send her away." Then she simulated a cramp, and then another, and pointed to the bottle of sleeping pills she had placed prominently on the bedside table. He became even more worried, this time in a different way, as if suddenly aware of his responsibility and the consequences this story could have. "I'll call a doctor." He was visibly reluctant. "No, not a doctor," she begged. She clung to the man's large hand, as if he alone could prevent her from dying. "I didn't want to call you, but then I just couldn't leave without seeing you again." "Did you vomit?" "No, you have to vomit. Get up." "I can't." He fetched a bowl from the kitchen and sat Celita on the edge of the bed. "Put your finger down your throat. Deeper, deeper." She obeyed, her face turning red, her eyes watering. "Go on. You have to vomit. If you can't, I'll have to take you to the hospital." She vomited almost entirely bitter liquid. Then he handed her a glass of water. "Drink and keep going to flush your stomach." 3 times he made her drink and then throw the liquid up again. That's what I saw one evening in Montmartre, in a case like that, because of that memory, everything was about to go wrong. He looked at her more closely, felt her pulse, lifted her eyelids, and looked into her eyes, as he had seen the doctor do that time. She hadn't considered that a man who had spent a good part of his life behind the scenes in Montmartre knew a lot about things. How many pills did you take? I don't know. Io, she was still trying to win the game.
Maybe 6. Maybe only 5. Oh.
Or even just one, right? Admit it. She shook her head violently. 2. What else could she do but change tactics and burst into tears if he didn't believe her fairy tale?
It was better to confess the truth in a way that made it seem touching.
Since this morning, when Marie-Lou woke me up, seeing how she was getting dressed, I've been thinking about you. I see you at home with another woman. Yours, because she was lucky. She met you when the place was still available, while He had listened to her until the end. She had said much more than that, gasping for breath every now and then. She was caught up in her own play and no longer knew exactly where the comedy ended and the truth began. Every evening, when I say goodbye to you, I see you going home with her.
It seemed to her as if he alternately softened and then softened again, hardened, and then she put everything on the line.
I'm a whore. That's true. I hate your wife, and I won't be happy until she's gone. Do you want to know everything? Fine. If I could kill her and be sure I wouldn't get caught, I'd do it without batting an eyelid. I loathe myself, but I want you, and I'll do anything to get you. Last night, when you took me, I almost called her to see us, to know that you belong to me too, to scream in her face that it's me you love. Didn't you tell me yourself? Answer me, you bitch. He had gritted his teeth, and he had slapped her, and then lunged at her roughly. Back then, she hadn't known whether she had won or lost. When he got dressed again, he seemed visibly confused, and he never made another reference to what had happened that day. Was it the answer to his earlier snarl? Should I remind you about the sleeping pill? You bitch! She absolutely had to calm down. She wouldn't leave. Not until they forcibly ejected her. And then she would get serious about the sleeping pill, because then she would have nothing left to lose. All the cars she passed, some of which were worth a few million francs, belonged to men, couples who paid to watch 4 women undress, and above all, to watch Maud play the dirty comedy of her falling into a trance because men were aroused by seeing her naked body. I'll do something to her. That bitch, she growled through gritted teeth as she walked alone along the sidewalk. One day, she was certain of it, and she needed that certainty. She would have the opportunity to take revenge, and until then, she had to hold on, keep her composure. Calm down, Celita, calm down. She repeated to herself over and over again, like an incantation. And indeed, her face slowly returned to its normal expression. She even managed to smile as she called out to Emile, who was looking at her with a certain fear. Well, did you hear the slap? Leon didn't throw her out right away, and that meant he wouldn't do it again. And therefore, that all was not lost. The very next day, she rang the doorbell of the Tourmaire's apartment in one of those bourgeois houses with yellowish stucco, the kind they'd built in Cannes 50 years ago. The staircase was marble, and the dark wooden doors were adorned with brass knobs. An uncoiffed, unwashed girl, no more than 16 years old, opened the door. I'm looking for Madame Florence. Tell her it's Celita. I'll ask the nurse. If you'd like to wait here, please. She led her into a salon with polished furniture of an indefinable style, which, with its carpets, knickknacks, lithographs, and portraits on the walls, the fireplace grate, and the brass screen in front of it, could easily have been the salon of any wealthy retired couple. It was as if Léon and Florence, who had spent almost their entire lives in the chaotic bustle of Montmartre and still lived on the fringes of society, had wanted to create the most dignified setting possible. Thick curtains hung at the windows, and through the muslin of the drapes, the foliage of the plane trees could be seen blurred in the sunlight. A sturdy figure in a white nurse's uniform appeared in the doorway. You may see Madame Tourmaire, but I ask that you do not stay longer than 10 minutes, and she should speak as little as possible, because the slightest exertion exhausts her. How is she? The nurse put a finger to her lips, pointed to the open door, and said loudly so the sick woman could hear, recovery is following its normal course, and the doctor is pleased with the progress so far. As always, after such operations, it is now a matter of time, patience, and willpower. The sick woman was being lied to, and that was a bad sign. Celita knew this, and her stomach twisted. Yet just a few months ago, she had wished her death and would have been perfectly capable of doing what she had told Léon. An illness was something else entirely. Celita couldn't help thinking that one day she might find herself in the same situation. Florence's eyes and her waxen face were even larger, even more harrowing than in the clinic, and Salida felt a certain reluctance to take the warm, moist hand that emerged from the sheets to seek hers. Above all, the smell that pervaded the room, which wasn't just that of the medication. Not only was there no smell, but a human scent emanating from the bed weighed so heavily on her chest that she hardly dared to breathe.
Monsieur Léon gave me permission to come here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to disturb you.
Sit down. The voice came from far away, the gaze directed toward a cane chair, and Salita noticed a crucifix above the walnut bed, which was in the same style as the wardrobe with the two mirrors between the windows. I've been told you're not allowed to talk much, and I actually just came to tell you that everything is fine at the Monaco. Good old Francine is holding up quite well. Some guests are even applauding. Yesterday I told her she should just make a funny stunt out of it, but she doesn't dare. A new dancer is supposed to be coming from Paris. She was just talking for the sake of talking, because Madame Florence's staring embarrassed her. Besides, the nurse was sitting in an armchair by the window. It's already very warm. The season is just beginning. The Croisette is teeming with tourists, and there are so many cars that they have to drive at walking pace. Why did Florence seem to be mocking her? It was barely noticeable, just a curl of her pale lips. In midsummer, when you're most needed, you'll be back. She went on and on. Something. Madame Alice is very good.
That was certainly a slip-up. After Madame Alice, who was only her sister-in-law, had taken the place of manager at the cash register.
Of course. It's not the same as you. All the regulars ask for you. You must take good care of yourself, Kiev. Her heart sank. Her thoughts jumbled. Perhaps it was disconcerting that she was in Léon and Florence's marital bedroom. Suddenly, she felt further from her goal than ever before. Everything here seemed so strangely foreign to her. Emile had told her, "You have a magnificent apartment with carpets everywhere." But this wasn't how she had imagined it. She discovered a new Léon and a new Florence at the Monaco. The two belonged to the same group as her, to the same milieu, perhaps slightly higher up. When the boss was in the reception area or at the entrance and Florence was at the cash register, the bond between them was one that could be severed. Here, despite the lack of children, they formed not just a married couple, but a family. There were also two portraits in black and gold frames of an old man and an old woman, dressed in the fashion of 1900. "Is that your mother?" she asked thoughtlessly.
The woman in the photo with gray hair wore a tight bun on top of her head, a high-necked blouse with whalebone boning, a cameo on her chest, and had the bony, energetic face of a peasant woman. Florence shook her head and murmured, "Leon's grandmother, who raised him and his sister, She gestured toward the fireplace. Where approaching, Celita spotted a rather blurry photograph of a chubby-cheeked boy holding a hoop. At 6 years old, Florence breathed. The nurse stood up to signal for departure. If my visits aren't too much for you, I'll come again. She had the feeling that Florence would have liked to say something else to her, but didn't dare. Perhaps out of shame, perhaps because the nurse was in the room. See you soon. She was escorted to the stairs. It was difficult for her to leave. She felt she still had to do something, but didn't know what. And she felt a strange unease. "Can I come back?" she asked the nurse. It's better if you call ahead. She's getting injections, so she sleeps as much as possible. In a barely audible voice, she asked, "Is there hope?" She received neither a yes nor a no for an answer, only a vague shrug. That evening, the new girl arrived from Paris, a blonde with regular features, an even more perfect, less statuesque body than Natasha's. She appeared with a suitcase full of clothes and expressed her astonishment and disappointment at the lack of comfort in the communal dressing room. "Aren't there any closets where you can lock your things? We hang the clothes on the rod behind the curtain." And the laundry. Celita showed her the wood fiber suitcases standing on a rickety shelf. "It looks pretty pathetic." "It is pathetic," Celita confirmed. The new girl called herself Gilda, but her real name was Emma Willenstein. She had already performed in 2 or 3 well-known Parisian cabarets and presented programs from them. "Who's the star act advertised outside? Isn't she here?" "She's just arriving before her." Gilda had obviously lived in France for a long time, because she spoke fluent French, with an accent that was difficult to place. She was born in Cologne, but her mother was Czech. "They told me I can rent the apartment from the woman who left, but I don't plan on rotting away here. I'm only staying for 2 weeks. I have an engagement in Ostend for July and August." Everyone, from the bartender to the musicians, was watching her that evening, as a newcomer is always watched. Celita didn't protest when her act was moved before Gilda's, thus dropping her in the hierarchy. The German wore a dress of heavy white silk that must have cost a lot. The skirt was as wide as a crinoline. Her number was very neat and new for Cannes. because instead of wearing the usual triangle, she ended up completely naked, but concealed the essentials with a feather fan, pretending to be ready to close it if the audience demanded.
Maud applauded, as she did for Salita, and Leon seemed to be asking for her approval from afar before going out to congratulate the newcomer in the storeroom. He stayed only a few seconds and was already back at the door when Giannini announced Maud Leroy, and she, to a roll of drums, entered the dance floor. Later, Gilda came down into the ballroom, searched for Salita, and sat down at her table. It was as if she had made her choice, for just as a newcomer is scrutinized and everyone wonders if they'll get along with her, the newcomer, for her part, is always a bit unsure and needs help finding her way around the company. I saw her number through the small window. She meant the round pane in the door to the storage room. I assume she's sleeping with the boss. Shh, she's his favorite. And that woman at the cash register is his wife. His sister. His wife is sick. She just had an operation. Strange shop. Is he a professional? He spent a long time in Montmartre.
And that fat, unkempt girl.
Marie-Lou. 2 or 3 more times that evening she said, strange shop, until Salita had had enough and moved out of her way, because the shop had become almost a home to her by now, and it hadn't been so long ago that they had felt like they lived here like a family, loving, hating, and jealous of one another within that family. Salita knew better than anyone here that everything had fundamentally changed, but she disliked the fact that a stranger had the audacity to say so. Looking around ironically and contemptuously. Besides, she herself had evidently come from a strange bar, because around 3 in the morning, she left the American man with the crew cut and the white cloth suit, where she had been sitting, went to the bar, and spoke quietly with Ludo. Ludo shook his head and sent her to Monsieur Léon, who also said no. Salita didn't need to hear what Gilda said to her companion with a disgruntled expression to know what it was all about. The new girl had thought she would be allowed to go to the hotel with the American before the bar closed. The American apparently didn't feel like sitting around drinking champagne any longer, because she wrote something on a slip of paper for him, and he pocketed it, gave Léon a dissatisfied look, and left. With the start of the holidays, the clientele had changed. It had become louder and more vulgar. Less champagne was consumed. And every evening there were guests complaining because They were being charged 1,000 francs for a bottle of beer they could have bought for 100 francs in a brasserie. They forget there's a show. Jules would always start explaining, and some would take revenge by not tipping him. Francine talked about how she wanted to take a month's vacation to go to the mountains with her son. The bar gradually emptied. It was 3:30 p.m. Celita sat alone at a table, thinking nothing of anything, just indifferently observing Marie-Lou, who yawned while a white-haired man talked incessantly to her, massaging her well-padded hip with one hand. At times, the light seemed to dim slightly, which sometimes happened when a thunderstorm hit the mountains. Shortly afterwards, the telephone at the cash register rang, and Alice picked it up. She apparently had trouble hearing at first because of the music, then glanced toward the door. What she said was inaudible, especially not to Celita, who was sitting near the orchestra. She saw Alice hesitantly stand up, then finally walk behind Ludo and whisper something in his ear. Ludo, with furrowed eyebrows, looked alternately the boss and Celita, while Alice leaned over the bar at the end of the bar to talk to her brother, whom she had beckoned over. Celita sat motionless, holding her breath, missing nothing that was happening. And when she saw the boss rush out without his hat and without saying a word to anyone, she felt her hands go ice cold. Her look must have been so meaningful that Ludo understood the silent question she was asking him through the crowd. The noise, the streamers hanging from the ceiling. In response, he briefly lowered his eyes, then picked up a bottle of cognac from the shelf and poured himself a glass. Madame Florence was dead. Chapter 8. A violent thunderstorm had raged the previous night. Now, the air was clear and so transparent that one could clearly see the mountains in the distance, and the small white houses nestled against them, vivid as if in three-dimensional images. Early in the morning, residents of the California and Canay districts had even glimpsed the Alps, their peaks silhouetted against the blurred turquoise blue of the sky and sea. At 9:45, it was already hot. The air shimmered, and on Boulevard Carnot, women in shorts walked down to the market, casting curious glances at a few small groups gathered in the shade of the plane trees. Only as they got closer did they notice the black mourning draperies with silver fringes and tassels. Some of those waiting made the sign of the cross. They were mostly men, cabaret and bar owners from Juan-les-Pins, from Nice, and also from across the Estoril, from Saint-Raphael, Saint-Tropez, Toulon, and Marseille. Most looked a bit disturbed by having risen so early, and a few faces looked like they'd seen them in the newspaper. Under the miscellaneous section, Celita arrived with Marie-Lou and Francine, and on the sidewalk they joined Ludo, Jules, and Giannini. "Have you been upstairs yet?" Ludo nodded, and they entered the house, as everyone else did before going back out onto the street to wait. They climbed the stairs and stood on the second-floor landing, somewhat out of breath. The door was ajar. Celita's bag hung heavily in her hand. It was a rectangular bag, as large as Madame Florence's, and something of a symbol of her profession. For when she wasn't sleeping at home on the Place du Commandant Maria, it contained her toiletries and the necessary underwear for the night. Since she hesitated, Marie-Lou pushed her inside, and they found themselves in the hallway, lit by a hooded electric bulb and smelling of warm wax and flowers. The bedroom was draped in black, and the windows were no longer visible. The bed and the mirrored wardrobe were also gone. Only a high pedestal stood inside. Was it the Henri II sideboard from the dining room, and on it the oak coffin with heavy silver ornaments. In turn, they each dipped a boxwood branch in holy water and made the sign of the cross in the air, then stood still, moving their lips as if in prayer, not daring to look around. A few figures emerged from the dancing candlelight. Monsieur Léon, his sister Alice, a man who was surely her husband, two strangers, and a small, wizened old woman who looked like a church pew landlord. It was Florence's mother, whom no one at the Monaco had ever heard of, and who had come from her village in Berry, where she made cheese from her goat's milk. Maud was nowhere to be seen. No one knew if she would attend the funeral. As they left, they shook hands with Léon, stammering unintelligible syllables that were meant to be expressions of condolence. And when they stepped out onto the street, they were surprised to find the sun and the noise of the street there again. Marie-Lou and Francine, who were unaware, were astonished when Celita said, "I'll be right back." They saw her hurry to the street corner and enter a bar tabac. What's wrong with her?
I don't know.
Marie-Lou replied. For the past 2 days, she's been in a different mood every hour. Sometimes she's crying. Sometimes she's laughing aggressively. And then she's wrapped in a gloomy silence again. Francine sighed. She's always been a comedian. Wouldn't they have been alarmed if they had seen Celita down 2 cognacs without taking her eyes off the street? The day after Madame Florence's death, the telephone rang around 4 in the afternoon, and Celita answered it while Marie-Lou continued eating, for they had just sat down to dinner. Yeah, speaking, she said, puzzled. On the other end of the line, a voice she didn't recognize said mysteriously, "This is Mademoiselle Mata. Do you remember me?" "No, you saw me yesterday. I'm the nurse who cared for Madame Tourmère. Are you alone?" After a brief hesitation, Celita replied, "Yes, I'm to deliver a message to you. I thought it best not to speak to anyone else about it. A few moments before Madame Tourmère died, she stammered, 'Tell Celita I'm counting on her.' When I pressed her further, she simply said, 'All you have to do is tell her that.' She already knows what I mean." "Well, that was my assignment. I thought it was my duty to tell you." She hung up, and Celita didn't respond to Marie-Lou's questioning look. 10 minutes later, she called out, as if she'd been thinking about something for a while. "It's maddening." "What?" "Nothing. You wouldn't understand. And besides, it's too late now." "Too late for what?" "For nothing. My dear Marie-Lou, never mind." From then on, she sank into a mysterious silence. Sometimes she stared ahead, as if she saw things others didn't, and one could have mistaken her for a sleepwalker. Francine was right. Celita had always been a comedian, not only with people, but also with herself. And perhaps she felt the need to play roles or exaggerate hers, because she couldn't bear life as it was. No one suspected that she had made her decision, and that what was now happening at 57 Boulevard Carnot, the magnificent funeral ceremony with organ music and incense in the dark church, and the funeral procession through the city, was merely the prelude to a drama that Celita alone had staged because, in her eyes, it was the only solution. Couldn't Madame Florence have suspected that her message would come too late? Celita had held on as long as she could. And when she had slapped Léon on the street in Emile's presence, the situation could still have been salvaged. Not now. He shouldn't have uttered certain words. And the fact that he hadn't thrown her out was also a form of contempt, the most unbearable. For if he didn't make the effort, it was because he was convinced that sooner or later she would leave on her own. Perhaps by now he was even quite happy for her to stay, as a kind of witness. Either he would grow tired of Maud, as Florence apparently believed, or Maud would leave him as soon as the opportunity arose to move up a notch. As the Comte had predicted, in either case, it would take months, weeks at the very least. And in either case, Leon would hate Selita even more. It was he she resented, for she had humiliated herself in vain in trying to bind him more closely to her, and he despised her for it, not realizing that Maud was playing an even more perfidious game. But it was Maud on whom Selita would take revenge, convinced that the best way was to strike him, make him suffer for a long time, and force him to remember her for a lifetime. She knew that no one would believe her if she told them what she was going to do, not even Marie-Lou, who lived with her. For 3 days, she'd been working herself up into it, all alone with her plan, completely cold-blooded, one could almost say, and not everything in the future she'd planned for herself was necessarily bleak. She was quite capable of calculating, even quite cynical calculations. If Maud were dead, Selita would, of course, be locked up in prison, and it would be a relief for her to finally have peace and quiet within 4 walls and no longer have to think. And as she considered the consequences of her actions, she also thought about the public reaction, the comments in the newspapers, the dismay of the people at the Monaco. But above all, Leon's reaction. Would he then finally understand that last Christmas's incident was more than just a bad comedy? She wouldn't be sentenced to death. If ever there had been a crime committed in the heat of the moment, it was hers. Since acquittal was out of the question, she didn't care about that at all. By the way, she would get away with a prison sentence of, say, 5 years. And perhaps Leon would even return to her while she was in prison. Sometimes Selita sneered to herself when she thought that she was essentially fulfilling her boss's last wishes. Albeit in a way Madame Florence hadn't considered. The practical preparations had taken 2 days. She knew that without certain conditions, which weren't met in her case, one couldn't simply go to a gun dealer and buy a revolver, and she didn't know anyone who could lend her one. But she did know where to find one in the Monaco in a cash register drawer. Leon had put it there the previous fall, when 2 businesses on the coast had been robberied. The Monaco was closed. The display case with the photographs of naked women had been temporarily removed, and a black bordered card read "Closed due to death." She had called several times. Since the boss no longer came regularly in the afternoons, Emile had a key to let the cleaning ladies in and receive the deliveries. The phone had rung for a day and a half without answering, and she didn't know Emile's address in Cannet. Even on the Croisette, where she was looking for him, she didn't see him, because he had given up handing out flyers. On the second day, after she had again called in vain at 4 in the afternoon, she went at 6 on a whim. The front door opened and almost knocked over Emile, who had bent down to pick up the mail the postman had put through the door slot. "Oh, it's you," he said, surprised, straightening up. "I wanted to get some things I urgently need. You're lucky the boss sent me here to get the mail. I just arrived a minute ago." With the shutters closed, the place was dark, which was also a good thing, because Celita wasn't sure she was playing her part well. "I'll just go upstairs." And as she pushed open the door with the window, "Can you get me a pack of cigarettes?" She couldn't think of anything else to send him off with, and she breathed a sigh of relief when Emile, unsuspecting, walked away whistling. She had brought a screwdriver in case the drawer was locked. The tobacco shop wasn't far, and Emile was walking fast. The lock gave way immediately. No one had thought to take out the short-barreled revolver, so she quickly stuffed it into her purse. She couldn't get away from the bar before Emile returned, however, and she grabbed a bottle of whiskey. "It's not forbidden, is it?" "Of course not." "Would you like one too? You know that liquor, and even wine, gives me heartburn." He saw her go up to the dressing room and come back down with a dress over her arm. "Mademoiselle Celita." "I'm in a hurry, Emile." "It's not because of what you think, huh?" "I know. I'll see you tomorrow." She actually saw him. He greeted her, but didn't dare join her group. The hearse stopped in front of the house. The pallbearers went in, and after a while came out again with the coffin on their shoulders. "Do you think she'll come?" Celita suddenly glared at Marie-Lou, who couldn't have known that her entire plan relied on Maud attending the funeral. Leon emerged from the house, dressed in black, with a striking white starched collar and a black tie that gave him the appearance of a head waiter. "Now,
God knows why. It was obvious that he had a slightly crooked nose, and one eye was set higher than the other. Next to him trotted the little old woman with the wrinkled face. Then came Alice, her husband, and Maud, who also wore black, including her hat and gloves, and looked like she was part of the family. They stood in the sun and waited a while longer while passers-by stopped to watch the funeral procession form. Ludo, Giannini, and the musicians took their places. Emile wound his way to old Jules, never taking his eyes off Celita, then more or less in order. Leon's colleagues arrived, all of whom knew each other, as did the delivery men, and a few others whom no one knew. The parish church was at the top of the boulevard, but Leon had insisted that the funeral take place at Notre Dame, near the Monaco, perhaps because it was the most distinguished church in the city. The hearse was piled high with wreaths, and on one of them, for which a fundraiser had been held, were inscribed, "For our boss, the grieving staff." Ludo had taken charge. He knew what was appropriate. Leon walked with his head bowed, his hat in his hand, and Celita noticed that his hair was beginning to thin. Maud walked close behind him, and like Alice, her eyes were reddened, occasionally raising her handkerchief to her face, while the little old woman, although the mother of the deceased, curiously observed the city she had never seen and would hardly ever see again. Celita was calm, a little tense, but calm. She had thought long enough. Now that her decision was made and she had planned everything down to the last detail, it was almost as if she no longer had anything to do with it, as if she had set a mechanism in motion that from now on ran without her, and she found herself, like Florence's mother, looking around and observing what was happening in the street and then in the church, into which everyone was going, and from which she had seen a bride emerge not so long ago. The two cleaning ladies, Madame Blanc and Madame Tuzelli, were already there, kneeling in the second to last row, and one sensed that they were used to such things. Marie-Lou, too, knew when to cross herself, kneel, stand up, or sit down. Prepare money for the collection, and Celita followed suit. There was no mass, only a funeral. But the church was more than half full, and when they left, the courtyard on either side was crowded with almost as many curious onlookers as at a wedding. For Celita, it all seemed rather unreal, like a picture Or better yet, like a movie where the sound suddenly cuts out. She barely recognized Leon in his off-the-rack morning suit, which was a bit too tight around the shoulders. He was starting to develop a belly. He had cut himself while shaving, and a small red mark remained on his cheek. Maud, who was mostly hidden by those in front of her because she wasn't very tall, preferred not to look at her. The hearse moved at walking pace. The train, which held up traffic for a moment, headed for the Pont Carnot, turned onto Rue de Grasse, and entered the Broussailles district, where the cemetery was located, not far from the new hospital. There were fewer people now than at the church. 2 men left the train, hurried to a bistro for a quick drink, and then resumed their seats while wiping their mouths. "Do you believe there is a heaven and a hell?" Marie-Lou suddenly asked, impressed by the funeral ceremony. Celita didn't answer, but the question made her uncomfortable. She preferred not to think about such things, especially not now. There was no turning back. Her self-respect was at stake. She had considered all the possible solutions, and now it was too late to undo everything. Sometimes I wonder, be quiet, okay? She had said that so harshly that Marie-Lou and Francine looked at her in surprise. Didn't one really have to be prepared for anything with her? The cemetery was suddenly approaching all too quickly, through increasingly empty streets, where only rarely did the colorful spot of a small shop appear on the corner. She refused to think about why she had made her decision. It had to be done. That was all. She would do it, whatever the cost. She felt the weight of the revolver in her purse, and everything else was no longer her concern. She saw Maud's face turning toward the funeral procession, and for a split second, their eyes met. Strangely, it was Maud who turned her head away, embarrassed. Had she persuaded Leon to throw Celita out after that, she wouldn't have any enemies to fear at the Monaco, because Marie-Lou and Francine hardly counted. They were wimps. Besides, Francine had just announced that she had finally decided to go to the mountains with Pierrot for a month, and she wasn't sure she'd even return to the Monaco. A businessman from Grasse, who visited them once or twice a week, and to whom Pierrot already called uncle, was determined to cover her living expenses entirely. The women's heels slipped on the uneven pavement of the street, which was still rising. They passed old villas
Hotels that had seen their glory days when Cannes was still a winter resort and were now rented out as apartments. The cross carried by a choir boy swayed overhead, and they arrived at the cemetery, past new gravestones placed along the sidewalk. The priest began to sing psalms again. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just almost fell over." Indeed, her head spun like a carousel. Things blurred in the bright sunlight. They passed through rows of old graves, then newer ones. The procession stopped not far from a wall. The cross at the end of its black wooden pole, standing sharply against the sky. And between the dark figures, a rectangular hole in the ochre earth became visible. It simply had to be. She had thought about it beforehand. Perhaps she would think about it later. At the moment, she didn't exist. She only knew that she had to slip between the two men standing in the front row, for she had decided to act the moment the coffin was lowered, and lay on through the first shovelful of earth onto it. "Pardon," whispered one of the men whom she bumped into, and who stepped back to make way for her. Maud stood clearly visible opposite her. She had positioned herself next to Leon, as if ready to shake his hand in consolation. The grave diggers worked with beads of sweat on their foreheads. The coffin, held by straps, froze for a moment, as if it had encountered an obstacle, and then continued to descend. Selita's right hand opened her pocket, disappeared inside, groped for the revolver, and gripped the butt. No one paid any attention to her. She would have time to aim. Barely 3 meters separated her from Maud, and there was no obstacle between them. Libera-me, Domine. The liturgy became a murmur, drowned out by the noise of a cement machine somewhere near the cemetery. Selita's right hand still clutched the gun in her purse. Then her index finger groped around, searching for and finding the trigger. She stared at Maud, suddenly dazed, as if no longer aware of where she was, what she was doing. Did she even know who the young girl staring down into the hole was? And why she wanted to kill her? Leon was handed a shovel with a little dirt in it, and he leaned forward awkwardly, while Selita, who was ignored, pulled the revolver from her pocket. But it wasn't Maud she was aiming at. She slowly raised the gun, the barrel pointed at herself, because, gripped by panic, she saw no other solution than to kill herself. She only needed to raise her arm a little higher, twist her wrist. Then everything would be over. No more problems. No more disgust.
No more humiliation. No more Celita. Nothing.
Leon straightened up, his face flushed, looked around questioningly, wondering what would happen next. And then his gaze fell on Celita, on the gun she was holding. The next moment, without thinking, without realizing how theatrical her gesture was, she threw the revolver into the grave, pushed through the crowd, and ran away between the rows of graves. Convinced she was being followed, she looked for the exit, found it, and then ran with a wild look down the street that led to the town. Chapter 9. Of the former residents, only Marie-Lou remained, as Francine had left the day after the funeral. They had first brought a girl from Marseille, then an Italian woman who wasn't listed on the poster because she didn't yet have a work permit. Alice, the boss's sister, had returned to Le Havre because her husband needed her there, and they had hired a former cashier from the Café des Allées. Lane continued to pick up Maud from her act, and then drove her home. He now lived full-time in the Luxor, only occasionally going to Boulevard Carnot when he needed something there. It was Ludo who first learned about Celita second-hand, and he told Marie-Lou. The fat girl had taken the Italian woman into her apartment because she couldn't afford the rent on the Place du Commandant Maria on her own. She was seen in Nice, he reported one evening, in a small bar, it seems, with Ketty. Marie-Lou was too distressed to respond, because for her, as for Ludo, each of those words had a specific meaning. A few days later, a regular customer also mentioned her. He had seen Celita standing in a doorway next to a hotel. It was high season. Cars drove bumper to bumper, and it took an hour to get from one end of the Croisette to the other. Women in bikinis populated the streets as far as Rue d'Antibes, where Marie-Lou met one in a pharmacy who was at least 60. The news of the end came a few days later, around mid-August, from the newspapers. Between Nice and Villefranche, a completely naked woman's body had been pulled from the water, with bloodshot marks, probably due to the body having repeatedly hit the rocks. 2 days later, the Nice Matin reported that the body had been identified as that of a certain Céline Perrin, unmarried, 32 years old, born in Paris, Rue Colincourt, nightclub dancer, recently warned twice by the police for indecency. And finally, the investigation continues, particularly among the North Africans in the city, because the deceased's handbag
and clothes have not been found. And 3 days before the discovery of the body, Celine Perrin was seen in the company of an Arab whose details are known to the police.
Do you believe that about her? Ludo. The bartender looked at Marie-Lou without saying a word, sighed, took a bottle of cognac from the shelf, and poured himself a glass, just as he had done the day Madame Florence died. Give me one too. Then she said, if that's true, then she... But why talk about it for so long? She finished her glass in one gulp. Because the boss signaled her to change for her number. June 12th, 1957. Chapter 10. The Judging Eyes. Jonas stood silently in the room where the stamp collection was displayed. The light from the windows illuminated the old postcards, making every detail stand out. His heart was pounding, both anxious and nervous at the thought that Gina had not returned and that the precious stamps might be in danger. Pamela emerged from a nearby cafe, her eyes both curious and wary. Jonas realized that their relationship was no longer merely romantic. It had become part of a plan for survival and power. Eleanor stood further away, silently observing, her eyes both wary and curious. The relationship between the three became tense, a mixture of trust, suspicion, and desire. Jonas discovers a flaw in Marcel's plan. He quickly deploys a subtle move, observing and manipulating the situation to gain an advantage. Light and darkness, secrets and truths converge. Jonas's next move will determine the fate of him, Gina, Marcel, and everyone involved. Chapter 11. Battle of Minds. Jonas stood silently by the stamp table, his eyes following Marcel's every move. Every little movement could reveal clues about the collection and Gina's absence. Gina appeared from the hallway, her eyes both worried and wary. Jonas realized that their relationship was one of trust, suspicion, and desire. Eleanor stood in the corner of the room, silently observing, her eyes filled with vigilance. The relationship between the three became tense. Trust, suspicion, desire, and power. Marcel probes, asking questions that force Jonas to react. He must remain calm, maintain control of the situation, and protect Gina and the stamp collection. Light and darkness, truth and lies, power and desire converge. Jonas' next move will determine the fate of him, Gina, Marcel, and everyone involved. Chapter 12. the turning point. The room was stifling, the light from the window illuminating the stamp collection and Jonas's tense face. Every move and gesture had to be precise, because the slightest mistake could reveal the secret. Gina moved closer, her eyes both worried and wary. Jonas realized that their relationship was no longer just about love. It was part of a conspiracy, a power, a survival. Marcel Jeannot stood still, his eyes searching, trying to read Jonas's every move. His presence increased the pressure, forcing Jonas to combine his intelligence, instinct, and alertness to control the situation. Clémence and Palestri watch from a distance, keeping a wary attitude. All secrets, power, and desire converge in this room, creating a tense mental climax. Jonas understands that his next move will determine the fate of him. Gina, Marcel, and everyone involved, where light and darkness, truth and lies clash fiercely. Chapter 13. The Decisive Night. The room was dark, save for the faint light from the desk lamps illuminating the stamp collection. Jonas Papinga stood still, his hands shaking slightly, but holding on tight, his eyes scanning every movement of Gina and Marcel. Gina stood by the window, her eyes anxious and curious, trying to read Jonas's thoughts. Their relationship was one of trust and suspicion, of desire and power. Marcel Jeannot walked slowly into the room, his eyes serious but calculating. His presence created tremendous pressure, forcing Jonas to make a quick decision: confront, avoid, or use his intelligence to manipulate the situation. Clémence and Palestri watched silently, their hearts racing with every movement. Jonas realized that every moment was vital, and the smallest mistake could ruin every secret and plan. Light and darkness, power, truth, and lies converge. Every action that comes next will determine the fate of Jonas, Gina, Marcel, and those around them. Chapter 14. The End.
Dawn light filtered through the window, illuminating Jonas Popinga's tense but determined face. The long, tense night had ended, and the immediate dangers to Gina, Marcel, and the others had temporarily subsided.
Jonas looks back on the entire sequence, every decision, every delicate act of protecting himself, maintaining control of the stamp collection and protecting Gina. He realizes that intelligence, calmness, and observation are the light that guides through darkness and danger. Jonas and Gina's relationship is now deep trusting, tense, and mysterious. They both know that secrets are not yet fully revealed, but cooperation and intelligence will help them overcome difficulties. Marcel and the other supporting characters retreat, but the dangers of society, the law, and conspiracy still exist. Jonas knows that sobriety, intelligence, and vigilance will always be the weapons that guide the next challenges. Life, power, and secrets go hand in hand. And Jonas Papinga, who has just experienced a long, intense night, will continue to walk between light and darkness, ready to face the mysteries and challenges ahead.